Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, you are our fortress and shield. Your laws guide us, and your teachings protect us. Your way is perfect, and your word is truth. Bless all who follow your guidance, giving them the power to serve others with wisdom, patience, and kindness. As our lawmakers seek to serve, empower them to minister in your name to the suffering, the friendless, and the needy. Lord, give our legislators wisdom and strength for this day, that they may dispose of their responsibilities in ways that honor you. Help them in all their relationships to be constructive and edifying, speaking words that will bring life and peace. We pray in your matchless name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Where were you?
Under the previous order, leadership time reserved, morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S 1582, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to Calendar 66 S 1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
Senator from Iowa.
I come to the floor today to express concerns that I've heard from many stakeholders regarding the Make America Healthy Again. For short, this is called the MAHA Commission. Their report will be coming out tomorrow. The concerns that I have heard from food and agriculture stakeholders center around the difficulty that they have had getting meetings with the Department of Health and Human Services. HHS Secretary Kennedy is the chair of the MAHA Commission. Many people fear that the contents of this report will not be based upon sound science, that it will be based on opinions and fears instead of scientific consensus. When I met with Secretary Kennedy before his confirmation, and that's a traditional thing to do, we discussed things like pesticides, genetically modified crops, and other important components that come together to ensure the United States has the largest and safest food supply on the globe, and how all those things center on making the life of the farmer producing food as easy as possible. Now, Senator Kennedy agreed that these tools farmers use are necessary for that food supply. The MAHA report should be based upon sound science. I believe that the Department of Agriculture Secretary Rollins and EPA Administrator Zeldin have had robust input on this report, and that they would advocate for the 2% of the Americans that feed the other 98% and the tools that are used to produce the food supply that feeds America. I want to remember, we have the reputation of producing food so that the expendable income of the average family in the United States spends roughly 10 or 11% of their discretionary money on food, the cheapest of any consumers in the world. So I want everybody to know that I'm watching this report closely that's coming out tomorrow. And I hope it reflects what Senator Kennedy told me when I met with him in my office, that he stands by his word. I hope there is nothing in the MAHA report that jeopardizes our food supply or the livelihood of farmers, or jeopardizes the food supply to emphasize for the 98% of the Americans that buy and depend on the food that the 2% of Americans that are farmers that they produce. I yield the floor, and I don't need a copy of this. Thank you.
Republican Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you know, in the final days in office, the Biden administration gave California, the liberal state of California, permission to export its far-left electric vehicle mandate to the entire country. This week, this Senate will end California's mandate madness. Now, I listened to some of the Democrats' arguments on the floor yesterday. Mr. President, there was a lot of huffing and puffing going on about the sanctity of the Government Accountability Office and about the filibuster, which, let me remind you, every single Democrat has promised to eliminate. There were wild accusations that the sky was falling on the United States Senate. What nobody who tuned in heard is what these California rules would actually do to our country. Well, why not, Mr. President? Isn't that why Democrats are really so panicked? Isn't that why Democrats and Joe Biden waited until after the election, after they lost the election in the House, the Senate, and the White House, to spring this whole thing on the American people? They were losers going out the door, and they said, we're coming after you, the American people, with our leftist dreams. Isn't that why they spent months coordinating this release with their allies at the GAO? So they could avoid, or at least try to avoid, Senate scrutiny under the Congressional Review Act? Isn't that what they were really up to? Well, it is what they were up to. So why are the Democrats so darn desperate to talk about anything and everything except what these punishing rules will actually do to America, American workers, and the American economy? Let me tell you why. California EV mandates ban the sale of gas-powered cars and trucks. No more in America, gas-powered cars. Can you imagine that in Oklahoma or my home state of Wyoming? They threaten, the Democrats want to threaten the freedom of every American to choose what they drive. That's what this is about. EVs currently make up 7% of the U.S. market. Even in California, they account for only 20% of vehicle sales. And you know what else? The sales are stalling. They're stalling out. People don't want these. Even with the big government subsidies, people don't want to buy these things. Yet California's radical mandates require that by next year, and it's coming, we're already into May of this year, by next year, by January, that all vehicle sales in the state of California, 35% of them have to be electric. That's 6 months from now, 7 months from now. By 2035, it'd be 100% of vehicle sales in California have to be electric. Big penalties if it doesn't meet that. For the people that are making the cars, that people don't want to buy. This is a whole new meaning in California of fantasy land. That's what we're dealing with here. America can't meet these impossible standards, not next year, not 10 years, and the American people don't want to meet those standards. For car makers, the consequences are severe. If you don't sell enough electric vehicles, California is saying to them and to the other states that sign on to this, even when Americans don't want to buy them, too bad, California, these people will pay a fine of $20,000 per vehicle. $20,000 per vehicle because people don't want to buy what the government says they gotta buy. Look, there are ways to avoid this fine, and one way is limiting the sales of gas-powered vehicles. Well, that's rationing. That's what we're seeing. The Democrats want to ration the sales of gas-powered vehicles to live in their fantasy land of everybody driving an electric vehicle. Look, the harms of this mandate extend way beyond just car makers. The Democrat mandates would cost the economy about $100 billion a year. $100 billion. The impact would be about 330,000 jobs lost. The Democrat mandate would punish hardworking families. Prices would be higher. They're trying to buy these regular gas-powered vehicles because there would be fewer for sale. They would bury small businesses under crushing compliance costs. In my home state of Wyoming and rural states like ours, farmers, ranchers, they'd suffer both from EVs' limited reliability and clearly from their limited range. And people drive long distances in Wyoming, to school, to the grocery store, to work. Every American citizen would lose options, whether you live in California or not. So you have the California EV mandates, and the Democrats don't want to talk about that part of it. They're expensive, they're expansive, and they are economically destructive. They would hurt our economy, hurt our workers, hurt the pocketbooks and purses of Mr. and Mrs. America. This isn't just a California problem, it's a nationwide assault on gas-powered cars in America. The California mandates cover over 40% of all new cars in the country. They span 11 states, including big population states, New York, New Jersey, here in the District of Columbia. All of them signed on to California's radical attempt to set a new national standard. So it's not just a California standard, everyone's impacted. The California senators, the members of this body, they actually brag about this overreach of this mandate on EVs. The junior senator from California, he says he's, quote, very proud that his state's liberal agenda can control the country. How many members of this Senate, and certainly on this side there, want to share the pride of California's liberal agenda controlling the country? The American public on Election Day rejected the liberal agenda of California, whether it comes to electric vehicles, whether it comes to open borders, whether it comes to sanctuary cities, a sanctuary state, their efforts to defund police. People have rejected all across the country the liberal agenda controlling our country. So Democrats have this delusional dream. They want to eliminate gas-powered vehicles. The rest of us, we live in the real world. And that's what we're doing here today. Because in the real world, gas-powered vehicles keep our farms running, keep our ranches going, keep our businesses thriving, keep our economy moving. The Congressional Review Act provides the Senate a swift and permanent solution. With a simple majority here in the Senate, Congress can kill these rules and ban similar ones forever. Not just the Senate, the House as well. And the fight goes beyond party lines because it's not just about Republicans or Democrats, it's about common sense. It's about control. The House of Representatives voted on this, Mr. President. They wanted to end these punishing California mandates. So how'd the vote go? Well, every Republican voted to kill the mandate, as you can imagine. 35 House Democrats voted to kill this mandate, including Democrats from the state of California, who realized just how impractical and expensive and impossible it would be to comply with what the Biden administration tried to force feed the American people after they lost the election, lost the presidency, lost the House, and lost the Senate. A New York Democrat who voted with the Republicans and with these 35 other Democrats said, out of touch with reality is what these California mandates are. Out of touch with reality. Even the junior senator from Michigan, a Democrat, campaigned and won an election in 2024 against EV mandates. Well, we'll see how she votes today on the floor of the Senate after she campaigned last year in Michigan against the EV mandates. Will she be against them today when we vote on this? Well, time will tell, Mr. President. She actually told voters, drive what you want. We'll see today if she really believes that, or she says, drive what you want, but you can only buy what I'm demanding that you buy, an electric vehicle. We will see in the vote today. Senate Democrats now want to force-feed electric vehicles to everyone in America. So Democrats are claiming the Congressional Review Act doesn't apply. They don't want to talk about the policy. They want to say, well, the Congressional Review Act shouldn't apply. These last-minute objections by Democrats are very flawed. What they're citing is a non-binding observation by the Government Accountability Office, an observation that said, for the first time in history, an agency-submitted rule wasn't a rule. That's what they're saying. The argument collapses under scrutiny. The Environmental Protection Agency submitted these rules as rules to Congress this year after being released by the Biden administration in his final days in office. That's a fact. No one disputes it. The Democrats don't dispute it. They know what happened. They know they're trying to sneak one through. They know it. Under the Congressional Review Act, that makes these rules subject to review. Period. End of story. They're subject to review. The GAO has no veto power over this body, the United States Senate. Not a veto from the Congressional Review Act, not a veto under the Senate rules, not a veto under Senate precedent. They have no standing. More troubling, the GAO's actions suggest bias, because left-wing bureaucrats at the GAO rushed a response in only 13 days to prop up the mandates. How do we know that? Because we know they colluded with Senate Democrats to do so. When Republicans challenged the GAO's observations, Senate Democrats turned to scare tactics now about the filibuster. It's ironic, since every Senate Democrat has either voted for or campaigned on eliminating the filibuster. This Senate vote on the California EV mandates, it's not about Senate rules, Mr. President. It's about Democrats' delusional dream to eliminate gas-powered vehicles forever. That's what they want. What their complaints are is a smokescreen to save a pillar of their Green New Deal. You know, years ago, Congress created a fast-track procedure. It was actually 1996. That's when the Congress passed the Congressional Review Act. This week, the Senate must decide, do we uphold our rights under the Congressional Review Act, or do we give the GAO a veto over Congressional Review Act now and forever? Our decision is going to shape the future of the Congressional Review Act. Americans have spoken. They have rejected EV mandates in November at the ballot box. The House has acted in a bipartisan way with 35 Democrats joining all the Republicans, and it's now up to the Senate to stop these EV mandates from taking hold on our nation. I want to thank my colleagues who led the effort. Chairman Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, and Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. Together, we're going to reject these far-left cheerleading for more regulations. We're going to protect consumers, we're going to protect affordability, and we're going to protect the authority of this institution. It's time to end this California mandate madness. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Republicans are continuing our work on a reconciliation bill that delivers for the American people. And if I had to summarize this
We're in a
bill,
quorum call.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Republicans are continuing our work on a reconciliation bill that delivers for the American people. And if I had to summarize this bill in one phrase, I would say it's about building a stronger America. And a stronger America, Mr. President, is a safer America. Last week, I discussed the importance of strengthening our border security, something that we are addressing in our reconciliation bill. Today, I'd like to discuss another aspect of that bill, strengthening our military to meet today's and tomorrow's threats. Mr. President, the world has grown increasingly unstable in recent years. America's interests, our allies, and worst of all, American service members have come under attack. Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran and its terrorist proxies have all grown more brazen. Meanwhile, the previous administration regularly telegraphed weakness on the world stage and put investing in our military on the back burner. Mr. President, there is never a time when we can afford to let our military readiness slide. But above all, at this time of increased instability, it is vital that we ensure that our military has the resources it needs to deter our enemies and defend our country. Admiral Samuel Paparo, The commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command last year called deterrence, and I quote, "our highest duty." He said, deterrence is effective when it is credible. The adversary believes that the defending side will act on its threats when it is capable. A robust military with the ability to project power globally and inflict significant damage on the aggressor is essential, end quote. Now, let me just repeat that, Mr. President. A robust military with the ability to project power globally and inflict significant damage on the aggressor is essential. Mr. President, that's the kind of military we need to secure with this bill. Our aim is to reverse the trend of underinvestment in our military, to rebuild our military capabilities and ensure that our adversaries will think long and hard before attacking us. In other words, Mr. President, peace through strength. One area where that is especially critical is in our strategic competition with China. Leaders of the intelligence community testified this year that China represents the most comprehensive, robust military threat to U.S. national security. Its designs on Taiwan are obvious, and its brazen actions, from cyber theft and espionage to its aggressive territorial claims and its harassment of American pilots, are alarming. But we've allowed China to outpace us in building new military capabilities. China produces 2 submarines per year for every 1.4 submarines built in the United States. China can build naval surface warships 3 times faster than we can. And in the defining technologies of tomorrow's wars, space, AI, hypersonics, and cyber, China is gaining quickly or already has an edge. Republicans' reconciliation bill is about reestablishing a U.S. advantage in all those areas. We're going to invest in shipbuilding to expand and enhance our fleet. We'll restock our munition stockpiles and expand weapons production. And we'll modernize our nuclear deterrent and build a golden dome for missile defense here at home. Our bill will expedite the delivery of innovative weapons to service members on the front lines. It will enhance the readiness of our military units and modernize infrastructure at depots and shipyards. And it will make improvements to service members' quality of life. To be clear, Mr. President, the investment we're making here in this bill, while critically important, is no substitute for robust annual defense funding levels. But it will help us catch up after years of the Biden administration deprioritizing defense investments. Mr. President, we can't afford to let our military readiness slide any further. We need to reverse the current trend and put our national security on a better trajectory for the future. And that's what our reconciliation bill will do. A stronger America is a safer America. And that, Mr. President, is what Republicans intend to deliver. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, 100 days into Donald Trump's presidency, America is plagued with deep problems. Donald Trump's trade war is sending prices up and up. Republicans are on the brink of taking away people's Medicaid. Trust in American leadership is in decline on the world stage. But what are Senate Republicans focusing on today? Today, Republicans are going nuclear to appease the fossil fuel industry and at the same time erode away the institution they profess to care about. First, the facts. This week, Senate Republicans want to use a measure known as the Congressional Review Act, CRA for short, to repeal 3 vehicle emission waivers from California. These waivers have been used for decades and are vital for helping keep our air cleaner, our kids healthier, and to lessen our reliance on big oil. Republicans have tried to get rid of California's emission waivers for a very long time. The fossil fuel industry, which knows it is in decline, which knows that clean energy is not only the cleaner wave of the future, but the less costly wave of the future, but the fossil fuel industry hates them, hates that industry. So Donald Trump's EPA tried to rescind the last iteration of one of these waivers during his first administration. But that effort fell short in the courts. The courts rejected it. Now Republicans want to try again, this time by using the CRA to repeal these emission waivers at a simple majority threshold. But what was made crystal clear today on the Senate floor through parliamentary inquiries I made to the parliamentarian, that the Senate parliamentarian has advised both sides, Democrats and Republicans, that legislation to overturn these waivers does not qualify for expedited consideration under the Congressional Review Act. That means any legislation to repeal these waivers should be subject to a 60-vote threshold in the Senate. The Senate parliamentarian, as we know, plays a vital role in keeping this institution whole. It's thankless work. The parliamentarian's advice and judgment on rules and procedures of this institution is indispensable to both parties. So Republicans face a choice. Do they adhere to Senate precedent, as they've long claimed to do, and find another way to pass their repeal? Or are they going to plow ahead, overrule the parliamentarian, do the bidding of big oil, and further eat away at the Senate in the process? Well, today we have our answer. Senate Republicans are going nuclear. Let's be very clear. To override the parliamentarian and to use the CRA in the ways the Republicans propose is going nuclear. No ifs, ands, or buts. And don't take my word for it. Let me read a quote from Leader Thune from just a few months ago. When he was asked if he'd advise his party against moving to override the parliamentarian, Leader Thune said this, quote, "Yeah, and that's totally akin to killing the filibuster. We can't go there. People need to understand that." Again, Leader Thune himself said overruling the parliamentarian is akin to killing the filibuster, and that is just what the Republicans are proposing to do today. Just yesterday, Leader Thune admitted that this step could, quote, "create a precedent for the future." And what an awful precedent. And in his first address as Republican leader, Leader Thune stood right here in the chamber. I sat and listened and promised that, quote, "one of my priorities as leader will be to ensure that the Senate stays the Senate," unquote. Well, what happened to all of that? What happened to all the preaching we hear from the other side about norms and rules and precedent? Apparently, when the rules suit them, Republicans will preach about protecting precedent. But now that the rules are inconvenient, when they stand in the way of their ideological goals, Republicans say, away with them. Shameful, shameful. Republicans don't need to take the Senate down this road. They have other alternatives at their disposal. If they want to repeal these waivers, bring legislation to the floor, have a debate. There's nothing that prohibits that. That's what should be done in the kind of regular order our Senate Republicans professed they were going to restore when they got here, when they got the majority here in January. Make no mistake, this is not a narrow assertion of congressional authority, as Leader Thune claimed it was. Today, Republicans set a new precedent that cannot likely be reversed. Moving forward, congressional review acts will be weaponized like never before. Today, it's all about California emission waivers. Tomorrow, the CRA could now be used to erase any policy from an agency that the Trump administration doesn't like at a simple majority threshold. They could go after permits for oil and gas drilling. Some on the other side wouldn't like that. They could eliminate healthcare innovation waivers that states use to get care to people through Medicaid and ACA. They could even use the CRAs to make it even harder to form a union. They could go after agency actions that protect access to reproductive care, like making it harder to access the medication mifepristone. They could go after rules that protect access to reproductive care. And all of this and more could now be done at a simple majority threshold with an expanded CRA. And all that would need to happen is for Donald Trump to choose an agency action or policy he doesn't like, stamp it with the label, quote, CRA, send it over to the Congress, and Republicans will bow in obeisance and repeal it at a simple majority threshold. This, in other words, is a backdoor strategy from Republicans to make Project 2025 a reality. And mark my words, many of our Republican colleagues are going to not like having to vote on CRAs that Trump wants, and we will be able to get votes on them because of what the Republicans are attempting to do today. It is the legislative branch ceding authority over to the executive if we go forward with this, and Republicans should tread carefully. What goes around comes around. If Republicans are willing to overrule the parliamentarian and hijack the CRA in a way it has never been used before, they will not like it the next time they are in the minority, that's for sure. So this is a sad, shameful, disappointing day for the U.S. Senate. Republicans will come to regret the ill-considered step they take today. Mark my words. And our country, the health of our children, the health of our communities, and the whole country will be worse off because of what Republicans have done. Now on reconciliation. It's no secret how awful the Republican tax bill is. For weeks, we've said their bill shows that billionaires win, American families lose. Last night, the nonpartisan CBO proved that to be quite accurate. The CBO's nonpartisan analysis shows that this bill would decrease household resources by 4% for the bottom 10% of Americans, while increasing household resources by 2% for the top 10% of the country. To be clear, this bill would hurt the most vulnerable Americans, and the most benefits would only reach the top wealthiest. Trickle-down economics, if there ever was one. This bill hurts American families. They're the losers of this bill. American families will lose health care, they'll lose food benefits, they'll lose jobs, they'll lose money. Bottom line, American families lose, billionaires win. And finally, on the SALT deal. Yesterday, Donald Trump came to the Capitol to deliver a message to New York House Republicans. Back down on SALT or else. That is what he reportedly said, his words. Less than 24 hours later, we're learning that New York Republicans have all bowed to the king and caved in obeisance to Trump. New York Republicans are showing once again that their loyalty does not lie with the volunteer firefighter in Bayshore, or with the teacher in Riverhead, or even with the small business owner in Suffern. Nope, their blind loyalty lies with Donald Trump. The so-called SALT deal is a humiliating failure for New York Republicans. New York Republicans settled for barely half of what they wanted on SALT, and barely a fraction of what Trump ripped away from them in the first term. And they're doing it because they're scared of the president. And no relief for the marriage penalty. So if there's a firefighter and a teacher married to one another, nope, being married hurts them in the SALT deal the Republicans made. New York Republicans settled for SALT caps forever and a double tax on middle-class New Yorkers, our cops and firefighters, our teachers, our small businesses, our construction workers in the Hudson Valley, on Long Island, and across the state. I mean, even if New York Republicans did nothing, New York would be better off at the end of this year when the SALT cap would have expired. This SALT deal leaves in place a penalty for married couples. A couple who are paying both taxes face the same limit as a single individual, even if they're paying double the taxes. This is one of the biggest issues facing middle-class families, and New York Republicans are leaving it in place. It's barely 20% of the New York Republicans' own SALT bill that they wrote. One Republican congressman, Mike Lawler, said last year, quote, "Eliminating the marriage penalty within SALT isn't just important, it's absolutely essential," unquote. Well, clearly, it must not have been that essential. New York Republicans have said for months that they had one job they were sent to Washington for, to get rid of the SALT cap. With this SALT deal, so-called SALT deal, they have failed everyone back home. New York Republicans' capitulation to Trump on SALT is a slap in the face to Long Island, the Hudson Valley, New York City, and the hardworking middle-class families across New York and across the United States. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. I will be making a quick presentation here, then Senator Ernst will follow, and I just want to compliment her for all the effort she has made to stand by Ukraine and make sure that this war ends in a way that's honorably and just, and we can stop the killing, but do it in a way that we don't have future wars because we made a mistake here. So there's so many things going on in the world right now that are very dangerous. You have Iran close to a nuclear breakout. You have the war in Russia and Ukraine. It is killing 5,000 people a day. Only God knows how many people actually being killed or wounded. Hard to track, but it's just massive. It's a major land war in Europe, and we thought those days were behind us. We got, threats from China. We got all kind of things going on in the world. So my advice is when you have a hard decision to make, make sure you look at it through a moral clarity lens. Make it simple. Russia is the problem, not Ukraine. Ukraine didn't invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. We need some moral clarity on all these issues. Iran is not trying to have civilian nuclear power. They're trying to build a bomb. You need to take them at their word as to what they intended to do over time. They intend to destroy the state of Israel, purify Islam, and come after us. That's what they say. They write on their missiles, "Death to Israel." They call us the great Satan. They have 600 pounds of highly enriched uranium at 60%. That's enough for 6 or 7 or maybe more bombs. From 60 to 90% enrichment is less than a month. They have one civilian nuclear reactor. How much uranium has been used to run that reactor enriched by Iran itself? Not 1 gram. They get all the fuel to run the civilian reactor from Russia. So they're trying to stockpile weapons-grade uranium to make a bomb, and they lie, cheat, and steal, and we catch them all the time. So some moral clarity here. Iran with a nuclear weapon is not only unacceptable, it's the biggest threat to the planet as I see it. The Arab nations want a nuclear weapon of their own, and Israel, one Holocaust is sufficient. This is the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, just happened a few days ago, and during that war there was an effort to annihilate the Jews. The founding of the State of Israel in 1948 was a significant world event, and there's a saying in Israel, never again. They actually mean it. So how about some moral clarity from the United States here? We're with Israel. If Israel has to use military force to destroy or degrade the nuclear capability of Iran, we should be with them. I am glad we're trying to find a peaceful solution to the Iranian problem. If you can get Iran to dismantle their nuclear program, then that gets us to where I want to go, but they have to dismantle. Right now, there's discussions between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States and Europe about how to end this war. Putin, in my view, is playing us all. President Trump called for a 30-day ceasefire. Ukraine said yes. Russia said no. President Trump urged Zelensky and Putin to go to Istanbul, I was over there, and meet to have direct talks. Zelensky went, Putin didn't. So there was a call a couple of days ago between President Trump and Putin. The Russians now are supposed to submit a term sheet about what it takes to get a ceasefire. That's supposed to happen in a few days. They're talking about going to the Vatican and having direct negotiations. I'm all for all of that, but I don't know about how, I think most people feel like I do. We've given Russia plenty of opportunity to find an honorable and just end to this war. They're not interested, and they're not going to change until we up the ante. So we need moral clarity here. Putin is dragging this out. He believes he's winning on the battlefield. I don't believe he is. He's defying every effort that's been earnest by President Trump to find a solution to this war. President Trump says he wants to stop the slaughter and the killing. He's right to do so. But this is a time of decision making. This has gone on too long, too many games being played, and I'll tell you just in a minute what the Senate can do. But what we need when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, is moral clarity. Now, when President Trump focuses on an issue and takes a firm stand, it always works. He is standing up to China and the world who's been ripping us off on trade. He has a policy now that whatever you charge us on tariffs, we're going to charge you. It's called reciprocal trade. He has imposed tariffs on China. Everybody in this body goes home and talks about how China rips us off. Well, Trump's actually doing something about it. China steals our intellectual property. They manipulate the currency to give them a trade advantage, and that needs to come to an end. So when President Trump focuses on fixing a problem, righting a wrong, he gets good results because the world now is calling Washington wanting deals. And I think you're going to see a lot of good trade deals to right the wrong of trade abuse because President Trump stood up and insisted we get a better outcome. The border. When he got in office, one of his top priorities was to fix a broken border. Look what's happened. We have the lowest daily number of border encounters fell to less than 200, the lowest in history. He's turned it all off because he was firm and resolved with Mexico and others. His border policies have worked. He has shut down a broken border literally in months because he had the desire and the will to do it, and people responded, and we are getting a great result at the border because of his determination and his will to do so. We went from 7,200 in March of 7,200 down to 200. It's amazing, the drop because of his policies. China, I just talked about. He is taking China on, and I'm hoping we can reach a deal with China that will level out the trading playing field. And China is talking to us. We're talking with China. The world is responding to President Trump's tariffs. We're going to get a bunch of good trade deals, and I very much appreciate that. What has he said about Iran? You know, it's not complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is. That's moral clarity. You can understand that no matter where you're at on the planet. You know, it's not complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is. We're in talks with Iran. Whether or not they achieve a result, I don't know, but I don't mind trying. But I do know this, time is not on our side. And President Trump said we're going to end the nuclear program one way or the other. And when he said it, I think the Iranians believe it. And when he says it, I believe it, and the best chance to stop the Iran nuclear program is with President Trump's leadership. Moral clarity again regarding Russia, Ukraine. Russia is the aggressor. Russia must end this bloodbath now. He's talked about ending the bloodbath. I am saying, from my point of view, Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine, like every other nation, is not perfect, but they have fought like tigers. In 1994, 8, I can't remember, they gave up 1,700 nuclear weapons, the Budapest Memorandum. In return, Russia, the United States, Great Britain promised territorial integrity. They gave up 1,700 nuclear weapons with a promise from these countries they would be safe territorially. Russia has violated that promise numerous times. They're constantly harassing their neighbors. This is the second invasion of Ukraine by Russia. They have a view that Ukraine belongs to them. No, it doesn't. It belongs to the people of Ukraine, a sovereign nation. And if you have a dispute with a country, there's ways to arbitrate land disputes. Putin is trying to rewrite the map of Europe by force of arms. If he gets away with this, if he's seen to have been rewarded for this, you'll get more of this. There goes Taiwan. Russia's the aggressor. Russia must end this bloodbath. That is my view of this situation. Let's look in history and see what happens when you have moral clarity and see what happens when you lose it. September 27th, 1938. Here's what Chamberlain said. How horrible, fantastic, incredible it is that we should be digging trenches and trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. That was his view of what Hitler was doing. Why do we care? We don't know these people. We don't speak their language. Not exactly moral clarity in the face of Nazi oppression. However much we may be sympathized with a small nation confronted by a big and powerful neighbor, we cannot in all circumstances undertake to involve the whole British Empire in a war simply on her account. Well, we know what that small country was. Well, it led to the slaughter of 50 million people. It enticed Hitler to keep going. And Hitler told you what he was going to do. He wrote a book, but Chamberlain obviously didn't read the book, and he didn't have the moral clarity to confront the Nazi regime, and a lot of people died. September the 30th, 1938, I believe it is Peace for Our Time, a paper signed by Adolf Hitler that he waved to the world. Less than a year later, the world's on fire. This is what happens when you don't realize what's going on. You misread evil. You think Hitler's something he's not. This is an example of not having moral clarity. It leads to a worldwide war. Russia, the Soviet Union. This is an example of moral clarity. President John F. Kennedy. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. When all are free, then we can look forward to that day when this city will be joined as one, and this country and this great continent of Europe is in a peaceful and hopeful globe. He was talking about Berlin. Moral clarity to the Soviet Union. He stood up for freedom, stood against the Soviet Empire. And along comes my favorite, Ronald Reagan. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. How clear could you be? On the other side of this wall is an evil empire. That moral clarity over time brought the Soviet Union down to its knees. Russia today. Putin's Russia is an evil country, oppressing its own people, harassing its neighbor, wanting to take things that are not theirs, wanting to recreate the Soviet Union, the Russian Empire. And they're using every ghastly, terrible tactic in the military book, bombing civilians, killing people by tens of thousands. So when it comes to Putin, we need to have moral clarity, as Reagan and Kennedy had with the Soviet Union. It's not enough to give speeches. These were great speeches. But what we did against the Soviet Union is we built up our military. Ronald Reagan went to Star Wars and they couldn't keep up. We not only opposed the Soviet Union in rhetoric, we opposed it in capability. What do we do now with Putin? How do we end this war? I'm not out to humiliate Russia or Putin, but I am out to end this war soon, not later, but soon, in a way not to start another war. When we left Afghanistan, dishonorably and disgracefully, it set in motion a belief that the United States will not stand by its allies and we're inherently weak. I believe that, and the presiding officer of the Senate understands what happens when politicians get it wrong. People like him in his old job pay a heavy price. They go all over the world fighting these guys because when we pulled out of Afghanistan, every jihadist was on steroids. Putin licked his chops and he went into Ukraine, and Iran kept enriching, and sort of the rest is history. That was a horrible decision, and we're paying the price for it today. To my colleagues, Republican and Democrat, if we don't get Ukraine, Russia right, it will be worse than Afghanistan. If it is seen when this is all over that Putin was rewarded for his aggression, I'm not trying to humiliate Russia, but I am trying to make sure they're not rewarded in a way that China will be enticed to take Taiwan, or Iran will believe we're all talk in the West when it comes to their nuclear capability, isolating Israel even further. So speeches are important. Moral clarity is the right lens from which to look through regarding aggression and evil. But we have to do more than talk. I appreciate President Trump's earnest effort to bring the parties together, to find a solution we can all live with, to keep an independent, sovereign Ukraine, and end this war sooner rather than later. It is clear to me after all these months, the earnest efforts by President Trump are not being equally met. I think Zelensky is ready to make concessions to end this war. Putin seems to be more talking and less acting. What can we do to up the ante? What can we do in the United States Senate to change the equation? What can we do to persuade Russia to get to the peace table? We can impose bone-crushing sanctions on Putin's Russia, and he has earned that. I hate it for the Russian people, but it is now time to increase the cost of this war to Putin. The sanction package that we have put together has 80 co-sponsors. Do you know how hard it is to get 80 senators to agree on anything? 80 of us, and the number is climbing, are ready to impose sanctions on Russia if he does not come to the table and earnestly seek peace, Putin. And these sanctions are geared toward China. There are tariffs in these sanctions on any nation that buys Russian oil and gas from the shadow fleet. Putin's war machine is propped up by China and India buying Russian oil at a massive discount to keep the war machine and Putin running. So what have we decided to do here? Focus on those causing the problem, not just Putin. Focus on his customers. Most of Europe has weaned themselves off Russian oil and gas. That's a major advancement. But it's now time to let the Chinese know. If you want to be a normal country, act normal. If you want to have a better relationship with the United States and Europe, help us. Don't fuel the flames of a bloodbath. Don't buy cheap oil from a despot because you can with impunity. Those days of buying cheap oil from Putin without impunity, with impunity, are coming to a close. We're going to act. And how we act and when we act will be a political exercise among the body, talking to the White House, talking to our allies. But to China, I would like a better relationship. We have a lot of opportunity to grow our economies together. But if you keep supporting Putin and fueling his war machine, you'll never have a normal relationship with the United States Senate. To our friends in India, watch what you are doing. So, to my colleagues, seldom do we have a chance to speak with one voice at such an important time. The entire world is watching the United States Senate. I just got back from Turkey with Secretary Rubio, who invited me to go. He allowed me to speak to every foreign minister of our NATO allies, talking about the Senate bill, telling them that the Senate is an independent body and that we're moving down the road to holding Putin accountable. The world is watching the Senate in a way I haven't seen since I've been here. We have a chance, my colleagues, to help end this war. We have a chance to push Putin to the table. And if we fail as a world, not only does this war continue, but we're going to start new wars. I've never been more proud of this body than I am right now. We have come together in a bipartisan fashion. There are a group of House members that will take the Senate bill and sign a discharge petition. Now, what does that mean? It's coming to the floor of the House no matter what. So we stand ready to act. I'm going to talk to the majority leader, talk to all of my colleagues who have a say in how this bill moves forward, and I'm going to urge them to get ready to act. We've sat on the sidelines too long. We watched too many people get slaughtered by Putin. We put sanctions on, but they haven't worked the way they should. What we're doing in the Senate is a game changer. It will affect China, who's the biggest provides the most fuel to Putin's war machine, in a dramatic fashion. And to China, I don't want to do that. I will if I have to. I want you to help us end this war. I'm not looking to punish or destroy your economy or hurt our economy. I'm looking to get a result here. But I'll end where I started. If we have to, we will. President Kennedy said, "We'll pay any price and bear any burden." He was right. President Reagan said, "Tear down this wall, end this evil empire." Sometimes freedom comes at a heavy price. The Ukrainians are paying that price, and I am so proud of them. They're fighting like tigers, and they're dying by the thousands. And they're not going to quit no matter what we do, nor should they. So this is a moment of reckoning. This is a moment that matters. All of us got to the Senate, and it's not an easy path to take to get elected to this body. But now you're here, and you have a chance, my colleagues, to make a real difference, to make this world safer and more peaceful. Let's not shirk the responsibility history has placed upon us. This is a historical moment. Let's rise to the occasion like those before us. Let's have moral clarity when it comes to Putin. Let's do more than talk. Let's act. I will yield to Senator Ernst, who has been a champion for getting a good outcome for Ukraine and the world, and I very much appreciate all you've done in this cause. Thank you.
Mr. President. Senator from Iowa.
Thank you. And I want to thank my colleague and great friend as we work on this together. Really appreciate your leadership. Thank you for allowing me to join you on the floor today as we show our support for your bill sanctioning Russia Act of 2025. So thank you, Senator Graham. Folks, last week, President Trump showed the world that American leadership is back. He brought home the last living American hostage, delivering Edan Alexander from Iran-backed Hamas and reuniting him with his family after nearly 600 days. He stood with our partners in the Middle East to strengthen the historic Abraham Accords. And he delivered a strong message to Vladimir Putin: end the war. Today, I stand in support of a sovereign Ukraine and echo the president's call to Putin to stop this bloodbath that never should have happened. This is an issue that not only affects a close partner under siege, but also the strength of the United States of America and the security of the free world. Let's be clear here, folks. China is watching. So is Iran and North Korea. And of course, Vladimir Putin is watching too. They call it the new axis of evil for a reason. Mr. President, I personally witnessed and experienced the growth of the U.S.-Ukrainian relationship when I visited Ukraine in its waning days of Soviet control as part of an agricultural student exchange program. This was in 1989, and I had the privilege of living with a Ukrainian family on a very small collective farm. Now, as we got together, there were a number of us Iowa students on that exchange, and again, it was an agricultural exchange. We came together, each of us with our families, in a group setting, one of the very first nights that we were on that collective. And again, with the premise of an agricultural exchange, we were farming tomatoes, working with the cattle and the hogs, very small collective. We came together and the Ukrainians wanted to ask us questions. So all of us American students, all of us from Iowa, we sat down with our Ukrainian families and we expected to talk about agriculture. Iowa agriculture versus Ukrainian agriculture. And much to my surprise, the first question that came from our Ukrainian counterparts was not about how we raise corn or soybeans in Iowa. It was not about the types of machinery that we used on our farm. But the first question the Ukrainians asked us was, what is it like to be free? What is it like to be an American? Because in 1989, those Ukrainians were living under Soviet socialist rule. They could not travel without having the permission of their government. My family did not have a telephone, and if they wanted to use the collective manager's telephone, they would have somebody listening in on the conversation. They would have to know the purpose of the telephone call, who they were calling, why they needed to make a telephone call. This was 1989, and I learned a lot from that exchange. I saw Ukrainian people that were desperate to break free of socialist economic structures and authoritarian restrictions on freedom of movement, the ability to have your own employment, and on freedom of speech. 2 years later, Ukraine declared its independence from the Soviet Union and broke free. Later, many years later, 2003, the United States is involved in the war in Iraq. I was a soldier in 2003 during Iraqi freedom. So I was a transportation company commander, permanently stationed in Kuwait. My transporters ran convoys from the ports in Kuwait up to Iraq, delivering goods for our warfighters. So I was on a little sub-camp in Kuwait, outside of Camp Arifjan. Half of that sub-camp, called Camden Yards, was occupied by American forces. My soldiers and I lived on that sub-camp. The other half of the camp was occupied by other forces. Those other forces were Ukrainian soldiers. Ukraine's not part of NATO. They were not required to support the United States of America in Iraq. But Ukraine, of its own volition, sent their soldiers, and not just as support elements, they were there as combat forces. So again, I was a transporter. We ran convoys in Iraq. The other half of that camp that I lived on, they were Ukrainian engineer forces. They did road clearing. And I think back, how many American lives did those engineers save from their road clearing efforts, clearing bombs so they wouldn't be detonated by my drivers? Ukrainian forces, combat forces. Today, Ukraine is fighting its own war. And I will remind everyone, the United States does not have forces involved in the Russia-Ukraine war. None, zero, none. Today, Ukraine fights not only for its own survival, but for the very principles the United States was founded on. When America leads, the world is safer. When we disengage and when we retreat, like we saw for the last 4 years under the Biden administration, chaos fills the void. Russia's aggression has already cost too many innocent lives, about 5,000 lives every single week. Too many innocent lives, folks, which is why I support President Trump's efforts to get a peace deal done now. Vladimir Putin cannot keep tapping the United States of America along. I vow to keep working with my colleagues to equip the president with all the tools necessary to hold Russia accountable, including sanctioning Russia and its supporters if they continue to drag out these peace talks and carry on with the needless bloodshed. So this war that never should have started can come to an end. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks before the vote starts.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor to talk about the action that we're seeing in the House of Representatives today that will lead to action here in the Senate, and asking our colleagues to reverse course on this reconciliation bill that I think is going to have unbelievable economic consequences to our economy. Trillions in red ink that are alarming credit agencies and bond markets, spiking billions in energy project costs and driving up prices, and burdening states with billions of dollars of new health care that they can't afford. Instead, they should be focusing on protecting health care coverage, lowering costs for American families, and giving working families the breathing room they need to prosper. Even now, 5 years later, out of COVID, we can still see the effects of the pandemic. That time changed the way we live and took a toll on our economy. The U.S. economy lost 23 million jobs at the start of the pandemic, leading to a recession in early 2020. And thanks in no small part to a well-designed bipartisan fiscal policies by both Congress and the Biden administration, the recession that started was the shortest in history, lasting only 2 months. Coming out of it, though, the combined effects and impacts on our supply chains and durable goods caused inflation to spike to 9% by June of 2022. Again, well-designed fiscal policies by the Fed helped get that inflation back down in just 1 year to 3% by June of 23, and continue to lower and hover just above 2%. We need, though, to continue to make progress on inflation and costs that impact everything from clothes, cars, food, computers, you name it. And costs may be getting even more expensive because of the impacts of the tariffs, and they are making their way onto our shelves. The last thing American families need is to be saddled with even more financial restraint, particularly as it relates to Medicaid and the policies in the reconciliation bill. More than 72 million Americans are enrolled in Medicaid, making it the single largest insurer in the United States. It is critical that it remain a critical part of our healthcare system. Depending on the state, the federal government covers somewhere between 50 and 70% of the cost of insuring people with Medicaid. While Medicaid is administered jointly by the federal government, and in most states, about 2/3 of the funding for the state Medicaid program is federal support. So make no mistake about it, cutting Medicaid at the federal level is going to have a dramatic economic impact on states. It is the largest source of federal funding for states. It is the largest component expenditure across all states, more than K-12, more than higher education, more than transportation. And somehow, in an economy with great inflation, you think the idea is to make it more expensive for Americans to get health insurance and cover their costs and impact the economy. The bill that is now being cobbled together is a serious attack on Medicaid. As an assault, they will continue to have ripple impacts on the economy. It undermines the Medicaid program, shifting the burdens to the state, and it makes the entire healthcare system more expensive for everyone. Medicaid provides financial support to the healthcare sector, stimulates local economies, spending that does have a multiplier effect. Every dollar spent generates more than $1 worth of economic activity. So Medicaid drives employment in the healthcare sector, it generates state and local revenue, and it saves money for the enrollees to spend on more items, not health care. But reductions in the Medicaid funding, especially as large as $715 billion, will take a toll on states, on jobs, on revenue, and it will increase the financial burden on individuals and families. So it is important to remember that direct recipients of Medicaid are not just individuals with coverage. They are a payment system. They are the benefits of a healthcare system, hospitals, doctors, offices, pharmacies, nursing homes. And so when you cut that funding, you are cutting those businesses and those opportunities. The impact on the state economy would be greater than the loss of federal Medicaid funding because of the ripple effects of the cost across the state. The Commonwealth Fund estimated that collectively states' gross domestic product could be cut $95 billion smaller than the total economic output loss, and that could be even deeper. So imagine every state now having $2 billion more cost because of Medicaid. The additional loss in individual income would mean that state and local revenues would decline by $7 billion. This would make it harder for states and localities to balance the burden of Medicaid. And our constituents would also see more far-reaching impacts as they struggled to provide health care. Today, 49 states plus the District of Columbia are all part of the system and counting on these providers and the funds. But this bill even eliminates the ability for states to adjust the revenue in any way that would be helpful for them to deal with this crisis. So this is an extreme approach to cutting American citizens off of the health care. But think a bit about it for a second on the work requirement. Also, almost like a surveillance of U.S. citizens, trying to make them prove that they're eligible. Let's be honest, the provisions are not designed to cut down on waste. Rather, their primary objective is to prevent people from signing up for Medicaid coverage. In Arkansas, the casework requirement led to disenrollment of 18,000 people in just 4 months. And in New Hampshire, the complexity and administrative burden of the work requirement caused 17,000 beneficiaries to receive coverage termination in just 1 month. Today, Georgia is the only state that has a work requirement for Medicaid, and instead of expanding Medicaid through the Affordable Care Act, it allows individuals and households that have income up to 100% of the federal work poverty to get coverage if they work for 80 hours a month. The results are not good. A report found that Georgia's model costs taxpayers, not these individuals, cost the taxpayers $87 million and enrolled only 6,000 people, about 75% fewer than had been projected. So I ask again, what policy is this that saves money? It makes health care more expensive for the rest of us. Nobody defers their health care costs. They're just going to show up at the emergency room. Just because we're cutting spending, it doesn't mean that the need magically disappears. States will have to find their way to make up for these shortfalls. A Kaiser analysis found that the House reconciliation bill if it is enacted, the state of Washington would need to spend 30% more per Medicaid enrollee to make up the difference. We don't have those resources. The same will be true of every state. For example, Louisiana would have to spend 50% more per Medicaid enrollee to make up the difference, translating into 11% increase in the state taxes if they had to do that. Now is not the time to force our states to jump off of a cliff just because we won't live up to our Medicaid obligation. I know the president used the F word, but what is real here on the Senate floor, I'm not going to say it, but you are making a mess out of Medicaid, and we should stop them. I thank the president, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all times expired. The question occurs on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Kramer, Fetterman, Haggerty, Hassan, Heinrich, Lujan, Marshall, Murkowski, Ossoff, Padilla, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Coons, Hickenlooper, Kim, Merkley, Murray, Schatz, Warren. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye.
That's important.
Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Risch, aye.
I was there all the time, and I was always like, but why is it called Upper Arlington? And no one could ever answer me. Maybe there is an answer.
Mr. Schumer, aye.
You know, there's no way to know.
You did. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hawley, no.
Right? Yeah, their blood was wrong. Just saying.
Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Thune, Aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye.
The yeas are 69, the nays are 31. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 222.
Sorry, hold on a second, Mr. Majority Leader. The clerk will report the measure, please.
Calendar number 66, S-1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payments, stablecoins, and for other purposes.
Now the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2228 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Mr. Ricketts, proposes an amendment number 2228.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 85, SJ Res 55.
Question is on the motion.
I ask.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Yeah. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted.
Okay, I'm here, guys.
Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, okay, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Coons, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Murray, Padilla, Sanders, Schiff, Smith, and Wyden. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin? No. Ms. Warren? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Budd? Aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Kramer. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Counter number 85, SJ Res 55, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me describe what I think is going on here on the Senate floor. Today is an unusual and interesting day. What we understood the plan was that the majority was going to move to the Congressional Review Act regarding the California Clean Air Rule in an effort to overrule the Clean Air Act rule for the fossil fuel industry, which the majority so diligently serves. The problem with that is that the parliamentarian has ruled that the Congressional Review Act does not apply to the waiver that California gets, allowing it to do its own clean air standard. So they had a problem. The problem was that Democrats were going to make a point of order saying, hey, you can't do that. We've argued this matter. We both went before the parliamentarian. We made our case. We filed our pleadings. We got a decision. In our view, it was not even a close call of a decision, but that's in our view. And what you're really doing here is, for the fossil fuel industry, going nuclear, overruling the Senate parliamentarian to accomplish a legislative task, to amend basically the Congressional Review Act, and then open the door for that to undo a 30-year tradition of California and other states like Rhode Island being able to operate under better clean air standards and vehicle emission standards than the federal government may be willing to accomplish. So that's where we thought we were. Now, what is happening is that we've gone to a different CRA, this one having to do with hydrogen vehicles. And the minority has 5 hours. There's a total of 10 hours, evenly divided. I suspect that the majority is not going to use much of that time. But the minority has 5 hours to talk about what is going on. And so we are now in the 5-hour debate period on the hydrogen vehicle CRA as the majority moves towards making its play on the California Clean Air Standard. So this is a slight bump in the road for them, but our understanding is that there is a new plan. And the new plan is, at the conclusion of our 5 hours, to make a point of order that allows them to do the California CRA effort and create a new way to get around the terms of the Congressional Review Act. So the predicament for them is that the Congressional Review Act, as a law passed by the Senate, passed by the House, signed into law by the President, says in the Senate, which is where we are, when a committee is discharged from further consideration of a joint resolution, which is where we are, all points of order against the joint resolution are waived. And they intend to create a Senate exception to that. We expect that the parliamentarian will say, when they offer this point of order, the parliamentarian will say, based on the statute, based on the law, well, that's not in order. And then they'll go nuclear on this. And they'll bring everybody back to, by a simple majority vote of 51, overrule the parliamentarian as to that new point of order. So the purpose is to create a point of order that allows a bypass of the parliamentarian's decision, a very sound one and clear one in my view, based on precedent, law, history, tradition, all of it, that the CRA effort to undermine California's clean air standard does not work under Senate rules. So in a sense, this is like a double nuclear option. They're going to overrule the parliamentarian to create a new point of order under the CRA that will amend, in effect, the CRA, will make the law regarding this no longer effective because they will come in and overrule the parliamentarian. And then, even though the parliamentarian's ruling is you can't use the CRA to go after the California waiver, they don't have to overrule that directly because they will have, by overruling the parliamentarian, created this little end around. So I guess this is a demonstration of how many hoops the Senate majority is willing to jump through for their fossil fuel supporters. And it ends at the same point, which is the purpose of the exercise. It ends with the parliamentarian being overruled, and it ends with an attack on California and other sovereign states' ability to require cleaner air and lower vehicle emissions in their states. Now, why does that matter? Well, obviously, if you're the fossil fuel industry, one of the things you sell is gasoline. And one of the things that the California clean air and emission standards do is to require the auto industry to make automobiles more efficient, maybe even make them hybrid, maybe even make them electric. And whether they're more efficient or hybrid or electric, it all ends in the same place for the fossil fuel industry, which is we can't sell as much polluting gasoline. And we want to sell more gasoline. And we don't like clean air standards that get in the way of us selling as much gasoline as we want to. So we are here through this complex parliamentary rigmarole to overrule the parliamentarian, to get around her ruling that the Congressional Review Act only covers rulemakings, not the California waiver and other things. One of the problems with that is that, if you give a mouse a cookie, it doesn't stop here. It opens the Congressional Review Act, which was very specifically designed to address rulemakings within a period of time after the conclusion of the rulemaking. And this would allow essentially anything you could put into the Federal Register to be submitted to Congress for Congressional Review Act review, no matter when it was done. All you have to do is re-up it with a submission and send it into Congress, the California waiver being an example of that in the sense that it's been around for about 30 years now. So one of the Congressional Review Act's limitations was it had a brief time window in which you were allowed to come to Congress to disapprove a rule. And that time period is now blown to smithereens if they go through with this parliamentary scheme. The second thing is that it had to be a rulemaking, that it added a process at the end of the Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking when the rule was finally enacted into law as an agency rule. You always had the ability to court and sue and say that the Administrative Procedures Act was violated, it was arbitrary and capricious, it was in violation of law, whatever. This gave it a political extra opportunity, which was to jump straight to Congress and just ask us to disapprove it. You don't have to prove then that it's anything wrong with the rule, just politically we don't like it, so we're going to jam it. And so when you expand beyond just APA rulemaking to essentially any executive decision that can be dumped into the Federal Register to create a submission that can then be brought here, you have opened a massive, massive array of executive actions to Congressional Review Act disapproval. As my colleagues have said, it could be as simple as a lease, as simple as a permit, as simple as a license. Essentially, any executive decision since the passage of the Congressional Review Act can now be brought here on a purely political basis, boom, blown up. If my colleagues on the other side don't think that we will use this if they do this, they have taken leave of their senses. Of course we will. They are about to create a new Senate in which the CRA can be used for an immense array of purposes, well beyond what the actual law says. They don't have to be doing this. Let's be clear. They do not have to be doing this. There are other ways to serve their fossil fuel industry friends in the industry's desire to attack the vehicle emission standards, the clean air standards. There are a whole bunch of them. One, they could do it administratively. In fact, in 2019, the Trump administration withdrew a previously granted Clean Air Act waiver, and to do that, it made findings per a Clean Air Act process, administrative findings per a Clean Air Act process as to the 3 criteria established under the Clean Air Act that determine whether a waiver application gets granted or denied. So they already tried that once. They know that that's an avenue. Why did they not want to do that? Well, for starters, it's amenable to challenge if it's done unlawfully, if it is done arbitrarily and capriciously, the magic words of administrative mischief. And you end up in a forum like a court where you have to defend your facts. Unlike here, where all you have to do is have a majority and ram it through. So they didn't want to do it administratively, but they could have, and they already tried in the last Trump administration. What else could they have done? Well, this is California's Clean Air Act standard. They could have gone and negotiated with the sovereign state of California and the other sovereign states that have attached themselves to the cleaner standard of California, which includes Rhode Island. This could be done through a regular process of negotiation. We just had the administrator of the EPA in the committee this morning for a lively exchange. And he repeatedly talked about how interested EPA was in cooperative federalism, that the federal government has to be a real partner with sovereign states, that we shouldn't be lording it over the sovereign states. They have expertise and interests of their own, and cooperative federalism means that the federal government and the state governments should work as partners to accomplish goals. Well, that was pretty rich, while EPA is trying to roll a sovereign state that is the 4th biggest economy on the planet without any hint of negotiation or cooperative federalism or effort. Because when you're negotiating, the other side gets a vote too, and you have to come to an agreement. And it's much easier to come here and have your friends in the Senate do your bidding in the Senate without any standard other than do we have the votes. But they could have done it that way. There's a totally clear path to negotiate with California. Say, hey, circumstances have changed in this way or that. We have new policy issues that we want to argue to you, and let's try to figure out if we can work this out. Nope, didn't even try. The other way to do this would be to go back and actually change the Congressional Review Act, right? It's a statute, so we can amend it. And we could go through the process of amendment and say, okay, we don't want the Congressional Review Act to be limited to rulemakings any longer. We want to open it up to more stuff. And we could have a conversation about what should and should not be included in an expanded gateway to the Congressional Review Act. The House would have its say. You'd end up doing what we call around here regular order. And in the Senate, the minority, because you'd have to get through cloture, the minority would have a chance to make our points, and you could do an amendment using regular order. Again, they'd have to listen to us, and they'd have to pay attention to facts. Now all they have to pay attention to is interests, and the fossil fuel interest is their dominant interest, and votes. Do they have the votes? And those make it easy to choose this way, to go nuclear in the Senate rather than do the work either of amending the Congressional Review Act by law or negotiating with a sovereign state in ordinary federal-state cooperative federalism, or pursue that Clean Air Act administrative process that they had begun back in Trump 1. Again, the reason not to do all those three is you can't just roll everybody and do what the fossil fuel industry wants. So here we are. This is because this is the shortcut. This is the thing that does what the fossil fuel industry wants. And the price is going to be very, very high because, in my recollection, there has never been a legislative outcome in this body determined by overruling the parliamentarian. We've gone back and forth on nominations, but on a legislative outcome which changes the Congressional Review Act and which allows an attack on a statutory waiver in the Clean Air Act for the state of California, those are legislative in their effect. And so, to me, that is not the right way that we should be going about this. So, there are a bunch of problems with what is going on here. But to understand the floor machinations we're about to go through, the overruling of the parliamentarian to create an end around so we don't have to overrule but can only violate the order of the parliamentarian on the CRA, you really got to understand the baseline story here. And the baseline story here is that this is the fossil fuel industry in action. It may look like it's a majority and a minority in the Senate having an argument. No, it's the fossil fuel industry in action, trying to create a shortcut for itself so it can sell more gasoline and pollute more and ignore all the states that have joined with California to demand cleaner air for their constituents. The fossil fuel industry essentially runs the Republican Party right now. The fossil fuel industry hates this clean air standard because it sells less gasoline in the states where the clean air standard is there, and it sells less gasoline in other states because it's hard to market both a clean vehicle and a dirty vehicle side by side. So to get to the enormous number of states that are with California on this and to sell into their markets, they've got to make more efficient vehicles everywhere. So everybody enjoys the benefit of spending less on gasoline, getting better vehicle mileage, and having cleaner air. So it actually works out pretty well for everybody except the fossil fuel industry, which of course wants to sell more gasoline, period, and end of story. And what they have is a willing Senate majority that will basically do whatever it is that they want. And they have an executive branch that has been infiltrated by fossil fuel interests and is now essentially run by fossil fuel interests. In my previous Time to Wake Up speeches, I've described, I'm probably not going to get this perfectly right because I'm going from memory here, but there is a kind of wasp that injects its larvae into another bug. And as the larval wasp begins to grow, it takes over the neural system. It takes over the command and control system of the other bug. So the other bug is still alive. It still looks like the other bug's shape and size and all of that. It doesn't look any different than a regular other bug, but it's being driven from inside by the larval wasp, which tells it to go do things that then create a place where the larval wasp can grow, can nest, can feed, whatever it needs to do. It takes over the bug from the inside and takes over command and control and steers it around. That, to me, is a pretty good analogy for what the fossil fuel industry is doing with the United States government right now. All of their front groups, all the machinery that they've created over years to propagate the fraud of climate denial and to exert wild political influence throughout the country All of that now just slots right into positions in government that are taken over by people who say, you know, that the concern about climate change is crud. Climate change is a religion and not science. They speak utter nonsense. It's like the worship of Baal back in biblical times, bowing down to fossil fuel and doing whatever it is that the great god Baal wants. Well, things didn't work out too well for the priests of Baal, if you follow that analogy, but that's where we are. And what all of this overlooks is the coming storm. When the president pretends that climate change is a hoax, he disables government's ability to prepare for a coming storm. When the executive branch censors the use of the terms climate change, demands that they be struck from government documents, that prevents the executive branch from preparing for the coming storm. When the executive branch, as we heard just today in the Environment and Public Works Committee, goes around and terminates grants based on a heresy hunt, where they're looking through the grants for language they don't like equity. There's a bad word. Inclusion. Can't have that. Climate. Definitely worth terminating a grant over that. They are destroying the programs that would help communities prepare for the coming storm because they have the word climate in them. They even went so far in the executive branch as to have an executive order on energy that refused to include either solar energy or wind energy in the definition of energy. Like, you can say what you want about whether you like solar or whether you like wind, but all you have to do is go to a solar facility or go to a wind facility, and you can see the electrons coming off of it. The idea that that is not energy, that's not just a violation of law and common sense. That violates the dictionary. But that's how far the fossil fuel industry WASP will drive the Trump administration bug to ignore the coming storm. What does the coming storm look like? Well, let me start. I ask unanimous consent to use a larger than usual graphic in order to show an old page from the New York Times. This is always good to remember because it wasn't always this way with President Trump. Here in 2009, there was a full-page ad in the New York Times. President Obama was getting ready to go to send a crew to Copenhagen for the COP, the climate change conference, and business leaders spoke up about that, saying, as business leaders, here's what we have to say. One, if we fail to act now, it is scientifically irrefutable that there will be catastrophic and irreversible consequences for humanity and our planet. Well, that's kind of the point here, and I'll get in a moment to what some of those catastrophic and irreversible consequences look like. And it goes on to demand that the Obama administration show leadership on climate change. Please allow us, the United States of America, to serve in modeling the change necessary to protect humanity and our planet. Signed by Donald J. Trump, Chairman and President, Donald J. Trump Jr., EVP, Eric F. Trump, EVP, Ivanka M. Trump, EVP, and the Trump Organization. So there have been times when the Trump family understood what climate change was all about, understood the catastrophic and irreversible consequences that were looming, and were willing to say so. But in between came exposure to politics, exposure to the power of fossil fuel on the Republican side, and the understanding that if you really want to make it in Republican politics, you've got to do whatever the fossil fuel industry wants, whenever the fossil fuel industry wants it. And that means we're ignoring some pretty serious warnings. One of the earliest warnings came from Freddie Mac. Freddie Mac is not a green organization. Freddie Mac is a huge mortgage company, a federally chartered giant mortgage company. And as a giant mortgage company, it has a very distinct interest in the mortgage market. And what did the chief economist for Freddie Mac warn? He warned that climate change was making coastal properties uninsurable. Climate change was making coastal properties uninsurable either because sea levels were rising and they would flood, or because storms were worse and they'd be more damaged by hurricanes and massive rains, or because, who knows, they'd lose access to the fresh water in their wells because of the infiltration of salt water underground. There are all sorts of ways in which climate risk hits coastal properties. And so the chief economist said, here's how that works. The climate risk disrupts the insurance industry as to certain properties, meaning those properties also can't get a mortgage any longer. Freddie Mac is a mortgage giant. It knows what's needed for a mortgage. What's needed for a mortgage is an insurance policy. No insurance policy, no mortgage. So now you've got properties along the coast that are at risk, that can't get insurance and can't get a mortgage. What happens to the value of those properties? Well, it goes down, he predicted. He predicted a coastal property values crash as a result of that cascade from climate risk to uninsurability to no mortgages. And the coastal property values crash, he predicted, was going to be so severe that it would look like 2008, that mortgage meltdown, all over again. And he stands by that testimony. In fact, he came when I was chairman of the Budget Committee to reiterate it. Something else has changed in the meantime, though. It's not just coastal property risk. Ask any of our Western colleagues about wildfire risk and about what is going on in areas that have wildfire risk that the insurance company can't figure out, can't predict, and therefore backs away from. We are seeing that all across the country. The coastal property values crash warning now has an evil sibling, the wildfire adjacent property values crash warning. And either one of them or both could create that cascade from uninsurability to unmortgageability to crash in property values to nationwide recession. He's not alone. A little over a month ago, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Chairman Powell, came and testified in the Banking Committee. What did Chairman Powell have to say? He said that in 10 to 15 years, it will be impossible to get insurance or a mortgage in entire regions of the United States. Exactly that cascade: climate risk, uninsurability, can't get a mortgage, property values crash. Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve, also not green, just a guy who's interested in dealing with risk to the financial system. And he's saying, here it comes, buckle up. We're going to see that in 10 to 15 years. Well, if we're going to see that in 10 to 15 years, who's looking at that now? Investors are, insurance companies are. You can't wait 10 to 15 years for the effects of entire regions of the country that can't get mortgages to start to be felt. That's going to start to happen now, and in fact it is. Look at the high-risk areas in the country. Here we see things like, from our Budget Committee work, these are non-renewal rates around the country. And you can see in high-risk areas, Florida for coastal, California for both coastal and wildfire, that non-renewals are spiking up in areas of climate risk. What's a non-renewal? The non-renewal is when your insurance company says to you, you know, thanks for all the premium you paid all these years, but your piece of property has now become uninsurable. We can't manage that risk any longer. Therefore, you're fired. Go find another insurance company. Well, that's a big mess. Then we go on to First Street, which took some of this data and others and started predicting forward. This is where home values are headed because of climate change. And you can see in these darker red areas, you're looking at actual reductions in home value, right? Not your home is your castle and it's always going to be valuable, but actually the value of it goes down. And some of the marks go as much as 100% loss of value. 80% is this color, 60% is this color, and you can see it speckled throughout the country. Places where in the time of a 30-year mortgage, you are going to see property values actually go down. The property values crash that was predicted by Freddie Mac. And the loss of mortgage availability that was predicted by Chairman Powell. Here's another one. Where do insurance premiums go in the next 30 years? Well, a lot of places, like down in Florida, we've already seen them double, triple, and quadruple. Average home insurance payment in Miami-Dade County is $17,000 a year. You look down here at Miami, and it's in the dark zone where it's supposed to go up 300%. That's a quadrupling, just so you know. So if you're at $17,000 now, and you're going to quadruple in 30 years, that means you're going to end up, do the math. I'm not doing it right now in my head, but let's say it's $70,000 a year, right? Quadrupling $17,000, $68,000 a year. If you have a property that has a carrying cost for the buyer of $68,000 a year, how valuable is that property? What is the present value of that liability that comes with the property? It's a huge liability, and it knocks down the value of the property. So that's why the home value evidence that First Street collected here relates to the insurance premium expense. You don't just lose the value of your house when your property isn't mortgageable any longer and you can't find anybody to buy it other than a cash buyer. You also lose the value of your house when the carrying cost of your home insurance becomes so great that nobody wants to buy into that annual $68,000 liability. How much would you pay to have to write a $68,000 check every year? Not much. You have to be a pretty darn nice house to cover that. And for a lot of people, that just erases the value of the home, which is why we get there. So First Street, their estimate was that climate change could erase $1.4 trillion in U.S. residential real estate value by 2055 due to these concerns that they put on the chart. And they're not alone. It's not just Freddie Mac. It's not just First Street Foundation. It's not just Fed Chair Powell. Here's the Mortgage Bankers Association, right? You think that's a green group? Fat chance. But they do care about mortgages. And what they say in their report is, and I'm quoting here, chronic physical risk associated with climate change, i.e. the insurance risk, may exceed the capacity of insurance and government assistance to sustain some areas. That kind of tracks with Jay Powell saying there are going to be whole regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage any longer. Even with government help, even with insurance, it doesn't work any longer. So when an advocacy group like that for the mortgage bankers is giving this warning, it might be worth paying attention to. It might be worth not just dismissing it. Oh, climate change is a hoax. None of us need to worry about that. The Economist magazine, also about as ungreen as it can be. And the Economist magazine, this is the cover story. If you can't read it, it says, "The Next Housing Disaster." And it's a house on a piece of land that's being eroded by seas. Here's what it warned, and I'm quoting. if the size of the risk suddenly sinks in, and borrowers and lenders alike realize the collateral underpinning so many transactions, like those mortgages, is not worth as much as they thought, because those prices have fallen as insurance rates climbed, a wave of repricing will reverberate through financial markets. Climate change, in short, here's the punchline, climate change, in short, could prompt the next global property crash. Another way they say it in the article is this: at present, the risks of climate change are not properly reflected in house prices. A study in Nature, a journal, finds that if the expected losses from increased flooding alone, that's that coastal value crash risk, not the wildfire one, just flooding, expected losses from increased flooding alone were taken into account, the value of American homes would fall by from $121 billion to $237 billion. Again, aligning with what First Street predicted, changes in Americans' home values because of climate risk, uninsurability, and unmortgageability. $121 billion to $237 billion is a pretty big hit on those homeowners whose properties have lost that value. And globally, what they say is that we're looking at a $25 trillion hit to global real estate markets. The largest asset class on the planet, they say, is real estate, and it's looking at a $25 trillion hit. Yeah, let's ignore that and believe fossil fuel-funded White House that says it's a hoax. That makes a lot of sense. Obviously, if there's going to be a property values crash, and if mortgages are going to be in the center of it, that's not great for the banking industry. Why? First of all, the banking industry makes a lot of money off of mortgages. And if a whole bunch of property won't sustain a mortgage any longer, that shrinks the market. So there's less revenue to be had for the banking industry. But also, if you've got a mortgage on your books as a bank, the liability, what the owner owes you on the mortgage, gets offset in your solvency determinations by the value of the collateral that you hold against that liability. The collateral is the value of the home. What happens to a bank in a region where the value of the home has fallen in half? What happens when the homeowner owes more money than the property is now worth? That hits the bank's loan-to-value ratio. That is a determinant of bank solvency. And so, guess what? This is not just me saying this. The International Financial Stability Board just did this report in January, giving a warning to the global banking system: look out, buckle up. Climate risk is coming, uninsurability is coming, unmortgageability is coming, and you need to plan to stay solvent through and survive that crisis. So I will tell you, this is a very technical report done by very technical people. The Financial Stability Board is, again, not a green organization, but they do have an obligation to look forward and predict risk, and they are predicting this risk to the global banking system. So, Commodities Futures Trading Commission. During Trump 1, by the way, issued this report, Managing Climate Risk in the U.S. Financial System, saying that climate change poses systemic risks to the U.S. economy across multiple sectors, simultaneously and within a short time frame. This is coming at us, undermining the U.S. financial system's ability to sustain the economy. Let me read the opening sentence from the report, from the executive summary. Climate change poses a major risk to the stability of the U.S. financial system and to its ability to sustain the American economy. Precisely as the other experts argued. Risk to insurance, to mortgage, to property values crash, to economic collapse. On the next page, they say, among findings of the report, a central finding of this report is that climate change could pose systemic risks to the U.S. financial system. Let me say a word on systemic risks, because it sounds like a pretty dull term. It's not like apocalyptic risk, apocalyptic risk, catastrophic risk. It just says systemic risk. What does that mean? That means that the whole system takes a hit. That means that the damage is not contained to the sector where the damage is happening. That's like 2008 all over again. We had that set of bad mortgages, but when that set of bad mortgages became apparent that that was fake and phony and that there was not real value there, it didn't just harm the mortgage holders, it took down entire investment firms. And that crash cascaded out through the entire economy. Those of us who were here in 2008, I can remember the agony, the financial agony of Rhode Islanders when that recession hit so hard and so suddenly. I can remember the people who were at the Treasury and at the Fed who were supposed to prop up our economy in a state of absolute sweating panic about how this crash was going to wipe out the U.S. financial system. That's what systemic risk is. It means the whole thing goes down, the whole system. So it sounds like a pretty mild term, but if you're familiar with economics, you know that that is one of the scariest words in the economic lexicon. What else have we here? We've got Deloitte, not very green either, big consulting powerhouse. Here's what they say about continuing to fiddle around on climate change and pretend it's a hoax and censor the term and act like idiots about a true coming risk with abundant warnings about the risk. They say that we've got a range of outcomes. By 2070, that was their target period. They said if we can start getting climate right, if we can start addressing this problem before these systemic harms happen, then what's going to happen is that global GDP will increase by around $40 trillion, i.e. the world will be better off financially by $40 trillion for us making the right decisions to get climate change right. That's one outcome. The other option is that we continue goofing off. We continue fiddling around and lying about climate change or believing the lies about climate change. We continue ignoring the evidence. We continue ignoring what we're seeing with our own eyes in the insurance industry in regions of the United States right now already. Go around Florida and talk about property insurance and tell me what you hear, because I'm pretty sure I know because I've been there and heard it. The other is a $180 trillion hit to global GDP, which means there's a $220 trillion swing that will come to pass in the lives of children now. The world can be $220 trillion poorer or $220 trillion richer, depending on whether we continue to screw up responding to climate change. Ignore it and listen to the worst people in the world to listen to, the fossil fuel industry, which is wreathed in conflict of interest on this subject, crawling with conflict of interest, infested with conflict of interest, and eager to shove that conflict of interest into our politics with lies and dark money, secret influence. It is one of the fouler things that has been done, what has been done in our Congress by the fossil fuel industry. And if Deloitte is right, that $220 trillion swing is a hell of an outcome for people who will be alive then, all because we won't make good decisions now. Potsdam Institute says that climate change losses by 2049 could hit $38 trillion and then get bigger after that. So again, we're dealing with a sooner window than 2070, but we're dealing with very, very, very big numbers. $25 trillion hit to the global real estate sector, $38 trillion hit from lost agricultural yields, labor productivity, and infrastructure. $220 trillion globally, depending on whether we get this right or continue to be fooled by those with the worst conflict of interest. And then recently, Allianz, which, by the way, is the biggest insurance company in the world, trillion-dollar company. Two things about the insurance industry, and Allianz in particular. The insurance industry needs to predict accurately in order to price its insurance correctly. So, first of all, they're making like trillion-dollar bets on what the future is going to look like. They're not just lying to make up stuff so that they can sell more gasoline next year in California and Rhode Island and other states. They have to look out. And when they do look out, not only do they have that huge bet that they're placing on what the world is going to look like, what risk they're insuring, they're actually under a fiduciary obligation. They can be sued by their shareholders and by their members if they're not doing proper due diligence and getting it right. So when the insurance industry is doing signals like this, it's worth paying attention. The insurance industry is under a fiduciary obligation to get it right. The fossil fuel industry has a massive conflict of interest to tell us stuff that is wrong, and we're believing the fossil fuel industry? It's madness, or it's politics, or worse. Well, here's what the Allianz board member wrote. We are fast approaching temperature levels, 1.5 degrees centigrade, 2 degrees centigrade, 3 degrees centigrade, where insurers will no longer be able to offer coverage. Entire regions are becoming uninsurable. Sound familiar? Fed Chair Powell used almost the exact same language. They're seeing the same thing. This is a systemic risk. Remember what I said about systemic risk? Here's a board member of the largest insurance company on the planet with $1 trillion at stake saying this is a systemic risk that threatens the very foundation of the financial sector, just like the Commodities Futures Trading Commission report threatened, just like the International Financial Stability Board warned. This is a systemic risk that threatens the very foundation of the financial sector. How? Here's what he continues. If insurance is no longer available, other financial services become unavailable too. A house that cannot be insured cannot be mortgaged. Same deal that the chief economist of Freddie Mac was predicting. No bank will issue loans for uninsurable property. Credit markets freeze. This is a climate-induced credit crunch. He also points out in his article something that I hadn't paid attention to. I was looking at the insurance to mortgage to property values crash. But what he points out is that if you go into the financial sector, big wheeler dealers in the financial world do big deals and transactions, and very often those transactions depend on an insurance component to make the deal work. And in areas where the risk involved in that transaction is uninsurable, then the transaction can't happen any longer. So it's not just mortgages and the mortgage market that is imperiled by this insurance risk. It's a whole swath of other financial transactions, which is why the title was An End to Capitalism. That is what we're dealing with. There's a lot more that I could go through. Here's my current binder on the economic risks of climate change that includes these articles and more. I've circulated it to Finance Committee members, I've circulated it to Budget Committee members, I've circulated it to Environment Public Works Committee members. I don't think anybody really wants to read it because in this place, the fossil fuel industry gets what it wants, whatever it wants, whenever it wants. And the fossil fuel industry does not want the Senate or the House paying any attention to these looming risks, to these storm warnings that are coming. I've been through small insurance collapses in Rhode Island, 2 of them. One was a banking insurer, a state-backed banking insurer that failed just as I was coming in as a new governor's legal counsel. And as we saw this beginning to fail, he asked me to handle the issue. So it was a handful of an issue, I will tell you, because we knew that the insurer was going to fail. And we knew that all of the insured banks would no longer be able to honor their accounts. And we knew that about 1/3 of Rhode Islanders had money in those various banking institutions, and that they would lose access to their funds until we could sort this out. And it happened the day that the new governor was sworn in. I can remember preparing the needed papers to take over the closed institution in an all-nighter in a law firm, and in the morning running the papers up to the governor's office through the cold weather of a Rhode Island January as the guns were firing, signaling the start of the new administration, the ceremonial guns of probably the Newport Artillery Company. And on day 1, we had to close all these banking institutions, and I spent the next many months of my life trying to figure out how to get them back, get depositors repaid, and clean up the insurance system. So I know that when Ernest Hemingway, when asked, "How did you go broke?" and he said, "Gradually, and then all at once." That's how these insurance crises happen. The Rhode Island Share and Deposit Indemnity Corporation went broke gradually and then all at once. It was just a matter of days from steady state status to complete calamity. And we had to dig our way back out of it. The next one was workers' compensation insurance. That too, gradually and then all at once. Like the California Fair Plan, we had a backstop insurance entity that if you couldn't get insurance in the regular market, you'd go to the state entity, and then your risk would be farmed out to all of the other companies, which is fine if it's 2 or 3 or 4% of the market. But when that company starts to have a huge share of the market and huge losses, and the insurance companies look around and say, wow, we're going to own our share of those losses? I don't want to do business here any longer. They came in, and in a matter of a day or two, every single workers' comp insurer in Rhode Island had said, we're out of here, we're done, we're closing. And we had until the end of their policy to stand up a whole new workers' compensation system that paid for itself and was fair to workers. Between those two things, I don't think I've ever worked so hard in my life, but we solved both of those problems. Now, you may say, well, that's just a little problem in a little state. Yeah. Many years ago, my father set up special operations and low-intensity conflict in the Defense Department. He was the first SOLIC, they called it. And one of the things that the people in special operations really didn't like was that being told what they were doing was low intensity. Mr. Whitehouse, when it's you that's being shot at, it's not low intensity. We got to get rid of that name. So small fights can be brutally intense fights, and these were small but brutally intense situations in Rhode Island. And the lesson to me is really clear. These things happen gradually and then all at once. And we are well into the gradually part of what climate change is doing to insurance markets, and the cascade from that into mortgage markets and into property values and into economic recession is now entirely predictable. Indeed, predicted by essentially anyone who is A, paying attention to this, and B, not on the payroll of the fossil fuel industry. So when we're messing around with Senate parliamentary procedures, when we are actually threatening, maybe cooler heads will prevail, threatening to go nuclear, threatening to overrule a ruling of the parliamentarian just to run a political errand for the fossil fuel industry to help it sell more gasoline, we're doing two really evil things at once. We are doing real damage to this institution that will be very hard to walk back from. And two, we are indulging an industry with a massive special interest and a massive conflict of interest that is simply out to sell more gasoline and that wants us to ignore the risk that its emissions are creating in the world. And we are now in this building so overwhelmed by that fossil fuel political influence infrastructure, all its dark money running through super PACs, all its lies being spouted out by phony front groups, all of the fake scientists making up stuff that isn't science but sounds good because it was cooked up on Madison Avenue to sound good. And now they've actually infiltrated the office of government, and they're running the U.S. government from the inside with a view to making sure that nobody pays attention to the climate harm. And I'll close with a different point, which is that I've spent my time so far on the floor talking about how a corrupting industry has used its influence in Congress to steer us away from paying attention to a massive economic risk that numerous expert voices have warned us is in peril. And not just expert voices, but many who are under a fiduciary obligation to their shareholders. We had in the Budget Committee the CEO of Aon, which is one of the biggest insurance companies in the world. He's their US CEO. He came in to testify and give that same warning. Over and over and over again, we're getting that warning about the economic peril that is looming, where we're now into gradually and we're waiting for all at once to happen. And I talk about that as an economic matter because this is the house of Mammon, where the worship of the fossil fuel god Baal and money is the number one thing that we do. So I'm speaking in the terms that the Senate and the House most pay attention to, which is money. Money. But know that behind the economic peril is real natural disaster, is real tumult in the natural systems of the earth that have allowed our species to develop for 20,000 years in a relatively safe harbor of limited atmospheric carbon, a healthy climate range, moderate storm activity, and a robust ecosystem around us where that security and that safety have allowed the ecosystem to flourish. And it happens in a million small ways. One of my favorites was the red knot. There's a bird. It's called the red knot. It lands in Delaware every year. And lots of them land in Delaware every year. And they come to Delaware every year because the horseshoe crabs in Delaware Bay come ashore to lay their eggs. So it's like social hour for horseshoe crabs, but it's also feeding frenzy for birds that like to eat the horseshoe crab eggs. But here's the deal about the red knot. Bet you don't know where it came from to get to Delaware Bay for that moment when the horseshoe crabs are laying their eggs. They come from Brazil. They've come from all the way down in Patagonia and they've flown up to Brazil, and then they go from Brazil over the water to Delaware Bay. Imagine how long it takes to fly from Brazil to the East Coast, to Delaware, in a jet plane. These little birds, they do it on their own. They're not big, they're about that big. And they fly all that way on their own. It is such an arduous journey that their bodies actually metamorphose a bit during the journey to make it possible. It's one of the miracles of creation that this little bird can make that astonishing journey and have the physical changes to its body that take place during that trip make it possible for that little bird to make that journey. And the reason that species makes it and survives is because in God's great ecosystem, they have figured out that if they land at this time in this bay, the food will be there for them. And if we screw that up with fossil fuel emissions, so that the schedule of the horseshoe crab's egg laying goes off, and those red knots come all the way from Brazil, and there are no eggs there for them, they're too late, they're too early. That's how populations crash. That's just one tiny example. That's one thread of this beautiful, interlocking, natural planet that we have. And there are a million more such threads that put the world together that we take for granted. Behind the looming economic risk is a disruption of the Earth's natural systems that goes well beyond just economic harm. It means that the creek where your grandfather taught you to fish and where you want to teach your granddaughter to fish isn't going to have the fish in it any longer. Can you put a price on that? Nope. It means that the water flowing out of the Himalayas, fought over between Pakistan and India forever, becomes less because there's dramatically less glacier in the Himalayas to provide the glacial flow down into those rivers. And now you have a conflict between those countries over that most elemental need of humans, water. Can you put a price on that risk? Coastal homes all over the world are being lost to sea level rise. After Superstorm Sandy, I walked the beaches near Matunuck, Rhode Island, and there was a man standing on the shore near his house, and his house was tipped over because the storm had eroded the foundations of it. And he was looking at his house. They'd spent time going into it. It was tipping over. It was dangerous to go in, but they'd been getting out as much stuff as they could. And I asked him, tell me the story of this house. It was a nice old house. They'd been there a long time. He said, well, I remember being here as a baby. It was my grandparents' house. They came here in the summers. And it was beautiful. We had all this beach in front of us. We even had lawn in front of us. And the thing I want most in my life is to be able to pass this home on to my grandchildren, to have this family tradition, generation after generation after generation, to be able to come to this beautiful place and enjoy this beautiful shore and continue this glorious family tradition. How do you put a price on that when that's taken away because we're too damned lazy and indolent to clean up the fossil fuel industry's mess when they won't do it? My point is that as I focus on the economics of this, because that's what people care about in this place, there is a whole other set of costs to mankind and to our Earth that we will be forcing future generations to bear that have nothing to do with the almighty dollar, but actually may be worse in terms of humankind and the human spirit. With that, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, let me first thank my colleague from Rhode Island. I don't know how many years he's been delivering this message on the floor, but he has become the spokesperson for a cause that we all should share, and to try to make certain that we address the deterioration of this planet that we live on, that our kids, our grandkids, and their children have a fighting chance against elements that they can't personally control. It's up to our generation, and Senator Whitehouse comes to the floor and reminds us on a regular basis our moral and economic and environmental responsibility. I thank him for his statement today, and I want to join him in one respect. Mr. President, last month, the Senate parliamentarian analyzed the GAO's opinion ruling that some Senate Republicans cannot use the Congressional Review Act to overturn a waiver granted to California by the U.S. EPA to regulate its own vehicle emissions. I remember a time in the House and again in the Senate when we had a hearty debate here over miles per gallon and what was reasonable. And I remember the automobile industry saying that we shouldn't impose a standard that they could never live up to, never produce cars that meet that standard of the higher miles per gallon. I remember that California stepped out ahead of the rest of the nation and said, let us prove we can do it. Our economy is so big, you can't miss it if we succeed or if we fail. And they succeeded. They proved that if you create the right incentives, technology will move in that direction. And it has, successfully, when it comes to miles per gallon. Now Republicans have decided, with their new president, to attempt to block a California law requiring all new cars sold in the state by 2035 to be zero-emission vehicles. It's an ambitious goal. It's as ambitious as some of the MPG goals they set in earlier times. That's right. Despite the claims of the Party of of States' Rights, Republicans want to end this state-level regulation in the state of California. And get this, Elon Musk, the unelected advisor to the president, previously wrote to the EPA in favor of California's waiver. Now he's joined the Republican majority to try to gut the rule. The parliamentarians' decision was not one of party loyalty. It followed decades of precedent showing that California's Clean Air Act waivers are not subject to the Congressional Review Act. Despite the parliamentarians' decision, my Senate Republican colleagues want to override the GAO and the Senate parliamentarian to advance the fossil fuel agenda. It's burn baby burn, drill baby drill. Now I understand that using the CRA might be faster than agency rulemaking or even considering legislation. Think about this. There was a time when we actually legislated on the floor of the United States Senate. I can vaguely remember it was so long ago. But rather than deal with legislation, hearings, public review of what we're all about, we have these shortcut methods that in some cases are disastrous. In fact, President Trump in his first term took administrative action to rescind California's Clean Air Act waivers and could take that path again. But what Republicans are pursuing today is a procedural nuclear option, a dramatic break from Senate precedent with a profound consequence. Let me repeat, should my Senate Republican colleagues overrule the Senate parliamentarian, it will have a major long-term impact for the Senate and the legislative filibuster. This move is unprecedented. The Senate has never overruled the parliamentarian regarding the CRA or allowing a bill to pass by majority vote. And before, when the tables were turned and the Senate Democrats were in the majority, my Republican colleagues were singing a very different tune about never breaking from the parliamentarian. Leader Thune himself acknowledged in January of this year that overruling the parliamentarian is, quote, totally akin to killing the filibuster. We can't go there, Leader Thune said. People need to understand that, end of quote. If Senate Republicans disregard the parliamentarian's decision, they would set a new precedent in the Senate, eliminating long-standing guardrails and paving the way for a future Senate majority to overrule the parliamentarian to achieve its partisan goals. I caution my Senate Republican colleagues from towing this line and setting the wrong precedent. And as I've said time and time again, there cannot be one set of rules for the Republicans in the Senate and another set of rules for the Democrats. I hope my Republican colleagues will heed my warning and make the right choice, the only choice, accept the GAO and the Senate parliamentarian's decision. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today on the Senate floor, we are expecting to see some outrageous attacks on my home state of California and important provisions of the historic Clean Air Act. And while it's not too late to turn back at this moment, I think it's important for all of my colleagues to know that I will be back here again and again and again throughout this process to make sure that everyone knows what these votes mean, not just for the precedent and procedures of the United States Senate, but for the health of my constituents in California, and about the real threat to human life that comes when California is denied the ability to control toxic air and greenhouse gas emissions. But before I do, I want senators and the American people to fully understand what we are about to witness on the Senate floor. Put aside all the procedural back and forth. I'll get back to that in a few minutes. But overall, it's actually pretty simple. Senate Republicans are preparing to vote to overrule the parliamentarian, the nonpartisan umpire or referee for the Senate that lets us know what's in order, what's not in order. Senate Republicans are preparing to vote to overrule the parliamentarian. They'll argue that they're not, but that is indeed what's happening here. Now, they want to do that in order to bypass the filibuster, in order to get the Clean Air Act. Now, as I stand here right now, those joint resolutions that are going to be before us are subject to Rule 22 of the Senate, and therefore subject to the 60-vote filibuster threshold. They are subject to debate. They are subject to amendments that's already been determined. But in this moment, they are in regular legislation and are subject, as a result, to the legislative filibuster. But if we see happen today what we expect to see happen, the status of these same bills, maybe later this evening, will be very, very different. If Senate Republicans have the way that we expect them to do, all of a sudden these same measures that are subject to the legislative filibuster and debate and amendments will all of a sudden be expedited procedurally. No amendments allowed. Very limited debate. Colleagues, as I said here yesterday, it's not just the why Republicans are willing to endanger the health of Californians, it's also the how they're doing it that is threatening. A bit of history. In 1967, the Clean Air Act passed this body under regular order by a vote of 88 to 12. In 1990, the landmark Clean Air Act amendments passed the Senate 89 to 11. Overwhelming bipartisan support. But today, Republicans are trying to pass these bills to gut California's Clean Air Act authority under a simple 50-vote threshold. They're plotting to overturn the Senate parliamentarians' determination, plain and simple. Why is that significant? Well, the majority leader said it himself at the very start of this Congress, that when it comes to overriding the parliamentarian, quote, that's totally akin to killing the filibuster. We can't go there. People need to understand that, period, end quote. But fast forward to this week, and we've heard all sorts of excuses and explanations and mental gymnastics as to why all of a sudden overturning the parliamentarian is not akin to killing the filibuster. That's a complete 180-degree shift. But in one way, I guess, it might be right. No, this isn't the same as killing the legislative filibuster. This actually goes way, way beyond that. Because first, they're doing more than going nuclear on the parliamentarian. They're going nuclear on the Congressional Review Act itself. It's true that the parliamentarian does not make law. Under the Constitution, the House and the Senate set their own procedures limited by the requirements set in the Constitution. for the good of the order and an actual functioning democracy, we have all come to rely on the parliamentarian to call balls and strikes and set the rules of the road. But the Congressional Review Act is a law, and it says that all points of order are waived during a CRA resolution. And that's what we're debating right now, an actual CRA resolution relating to hydrogen fuel. Now, I oppose this particular resolution, but at least it is following the law and Senate procedure. But what is about to happen is going to be against the law and against Senate procedure. As I understand it, Senate Republicans are preparing to have this Senate go nuclear not just once, but twice. First, we'll go nuclear and overturn the rule on points of order during a CRA, which is in the law. Then Republicans plan to go nuclear a second time to throw out the rule book and use the CRA against any agency action that any agency submits. No questions asked. So like I said, this goes way beyond just the legislative filibuster. So let's play it out a little bit so we're clear as to what this would lead to. Under this logic, the Trump administration could send an endless stream of non-rule actions to Congress, going back to 1996, including vaccine approvals. After all, we have an HHS secretary with more than a spotty history as it pertains to the health and safety of vaccines. The administration could send broadcast licenses, because we know this is an administration that is not shy about attacking anybody in the media community that disagrees with their agenda. We could see this administration send us merger approvals, again, not just those that are pending, but going back to 1996. And any number of government decisions that apply on President Trump's long list of enemies. All it would take is a minimum of 30 senators to introduce related bills, and the Senate would be bogged down voting on agency actions, large and small, all day long. Is that how we want to spend our days here in the Senate? Voting on every vaccine approval because Secretary Kennedy decides to send them to Congress? And what about the next Democratic administration? All bets would be off. Consider mining permits. Consider fossil fuel project approvals. Consider LNG export licenses or offshore leases, IRS tax policies, foreign policy, and every Project 2025 or DOGE disruption or overreach. Every agency action that Democrats don't like, whether it's a rule or not, and no matter how much time has passed, would be fair game if Republicans go through with this and establish this precedent. So let's take a step back. Republicans are admitting that they don't have the votes to pass these California resolutions under the Senate rules that the parliamentarian says apply in this case. So they'll overrule the parliamentarian. Why not throw out the rule book altogether? By voting to go nuclear on the CRA, they're ignoring the law, not just Senate rules, but the text of the law itself. By voting to overrule the parliamentarian, they're saying that the rules are whatever Republicans say they are, not what the parliamentarian has determined. The majority here can tell themselves whatever they want, and they can twist themselves into pretzels and nuts to try and justify these reckless actions. But despite their smoke and mirrors approach to confuse the general public. We're all going to see it today with our own eyes if they go forward. The majority wants to go nuclear to bypass the filibuster and pass a bill for the first time in Senate history. It has happened for nominations before. It has happened on a few procedural questions before, but never on a bill or 3 bills. Never. And if this happens under a Republican majority, it would actually be pretty ironic. The party that claims to be the staunch defender of the filibuster threw the rules aside as soon as it was convenient. Now, I've been honest on my views of the filibuster. I do think it needs to change overall going forwards, but it was my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who fought hard to keep it. Well, there's about to be a new precedent on the record, unless we step back at the last minute. And it will stand as a guidepost going forward. Now, Democrats are in the minority today, but Democrats will be in the majority again someday. Maybe later, maybe sooner. But we will certainly not forget what happens here today. History will not forget. Mr. President, California will not forget what's at stake today either. I yield for now, but I will be back.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleague, Senator Padilla, for his eloquent speech on this subject. Today, I want to talk about what's taking place in this chamber, and I want to talk about it in 2 respects. I want to talk about what it will mean for the American people in terms of the air that we breathe and the water that we drink. That's the most important thing. But then I want to also talk about what it will mean for this institution, for this Senate, what it will mean for the filibuster, what it will mean for whether things can get passed on a simple majority vote at the behest of the oil industry or any other special interest, or whether things in the future will continue to require 60 votes to get through this body. So let's start with the first and most important thing. What does the repeal of California's clean air waiver, that is its right to set its own standards for the air that we breathe, what does this mean for the people of California? What does this mean for the people of the United States? Well, this is downtown Los Angeles in 1955. Now, I don't remember 1955. I didn't come around until 1960. But I do remember air that looked a lot like this when I moved to Los Angeles. I remember days when there were smog alerts. We still have some of those. I remember when it was unhealthy air to breathe, and people were advised not to go outside if they didn't need to, and kids couldn't go out on recess because the air quality was so bad. But this is what places in California like Los Angeles and many places in the San Joaquin Valley looked like just a few decades ago. The San Joaquin Valley, where so much of the food of the nation is grown, these areas have experienced the rapid rise of personal automobiles and the expansion of our population, America's West, its suburbs, and its cities. On days like this, you just couldn't walk outside, sometimes without hacking. If you had asthma or a breathing problem, it was even more severe. And California families, through no fault of their own, were on the front lines of a health risk unseen since the worst days of the Industrial Revolution pollution. The smog was so bad that in one instance, mass panic broke out in California because there was a belief that there was some kind of chemical weapons attack. Now, this was in part due to these amazing increases in population, but it was also our unique topography. The San Gabriel Mountains in Los Angeles, the Sierra Nevadas in the Central Valley, or for the Central Valley, They trap fossil fuel emissions and keep smog clouds hanging over our cities where they may not hang over other parts of the nation. So the San Gabriel Mountains, for those of us in LA, but the Verdugos and other mountain ranges and the Sierra Nevadas have an impact on the Central Valley. And all that means that 10 million Californians are living in areas that are under distinct and elevated threats from air pollution. And what that has meant historically is higher rates of respiratory issues like asthma and chronic lung disease. It has meant increased risk of heart disease, chronic headaches, immune system issues, and most significantly, increased cancer risks. And that is multiplied by us living now on the front lines of the climate crisis. We have devastating and year-round fire dangers that put millions of other pollutants into our air. So we need, deserve, and reserve the right as Californians to do something about our air. And in fact, this is why California became the first state in the nation to regulate the emissions of automobiles back in 1966, because we understood then, as we do now, the risks that Californians face if we don't take action. And over the past 60 years, since our skies looked like this, California has led on this issue. And now we're being targeted for it. And what will the cost of that be? By revoking California's right to protect its citizens from dirty air, we face not just dirtier air, but we also face a sicker society. The American Lung Association projected that our nation's moving to zero-emission vehicles in the next decade would generate more than $1 trillion in public health benefits and save more than 100,000 people from premature death. So this is really the heart of the question for this body, and that is, what's more valuable to us? Is it the unfettered right to pollute the skies and make them look like this? Or do we want to save about $1 trillion in money we would have to spend otherwise on treating asthma and treating lung cancer and treating heart disease that's caused by air like this? That electric vehicle requirement can save more than 100,000 people from premature death. So I guess we have to ask ourselves, how much is life worth? What would it be worth to us to be able to live a few years longer? And I suppose the answer to that question depends on, well, what kind of life is that? What kind of health are we in? But I would say a few more years is worth a lot. It's worth a lot. It's certainly worth more than contributions from the oil industry to be able to live a little longer, to be able to live a little healthier. And by targeting California, as this effort is doing, which comprises 11% of the nation, and our goal of decarbonizing our transportation sector, we are sowing poison seeds for the future. Seeds that will grow to be more asthma and more sickness and more hospitalizations and more death. That is the bleak but blatant reality of what we are debating here today. If the Republicans go nuclear to repeal California's clean air rules, that is what this will mean. It will mean shorter lives, poorer quality of life, because what we're breathing in the air, and ultimately when they strike down clean water rules, what we're drinking in our water is going to be dirtier, and the American people are going to be more plagued by a whole variety of cancers. Now, I mentioned the term going nuclear. What does that mean? This gets to the second point I want to make today, which is how the Republican majority intends to go about repealing California's ability to set the standards for its own air. That is, how does the Republican majority intend to foist its will on millions of people in other states? How are they determined to overturn states' rights? How are they determined that the federal government should tell a state, no, you can't protect your people from air pollution? Not to that degree you can't, because we answer to a higher authority, and that higher authority is called the oil industry. So how are they going to do it? Because in this body, for better or worse, it generally takes 60 votes to get things done. That is the filibuster. It requires 60 votes. And to repeal California's law, if you were to take that step, it requires 60 votes. Don't just take my word for it. We asked the parliamentarian, who's the expert, does this require 60 votes? Is this subject to the filibuster? And the answer is yes, it does. Well, you would think that'd be the end of the story, but you can overrule the parliamentarian, say the parliamentarian is wrong, and then reduce the threshold to 50 votes. Now, you might ask, how is that possible? Is the filibuster really that fragile that whenever it is ruled that you need 60 votes, you can simply overrule the parliamentarian? And the answer is yes. The rule is that fragile, which means if Republicans move to go nuclear, to overturn the parliamentarian, to do away with the filibuster, to do away with California's clean air, they'll be setting a precedent that at any time and for any reason, for any state, for any rule, for any non-rule, for any waiver, for any license, for any grant, for anything, a new majority can simply say, well, we'd like to vote on this with 50 votes, and if the parliamentarian says it takes 60, you just vote to overturn the parliamentarian. So that is the import of what we're doing today, which is we are setting a precedent that the filibuster is essentially now meaningless, because if you can do away with the filibuster to do away with one state's clean air, well, you can pretty much do away with the filibuster for everything and anything. So that is the momentous nature of what's happening today. The majority here may force Californians to breathe air like that again, and the majority here may decide they're getting rid of the filibuster. Now, getting back to the underlying merits here, the American Lung Association found that our transition to cleaner air and zero-emission vehicles would result in 13 million fewer lost workdays in the next 10 years. So what does that mean, 13 million? It means 13 million less times that you're so sick you can't go to work. You get 13 million more days of health with these clean air rules. Think about that. 13 million more healthy days for you, the American people, if we achieve our emissions goals. Now, since my swearing in 6 months ago to the Senate, I've had the privilege of visiting communities all over California, talking to Californians who are on the front lines of this. And yes, some are environmental activists, and yes, some work on science and climate issues. But there are others too. And they are the people who put food in your grocery stores. They're the people who spend so much of their days outside, breathing the only air available to them. They're the people who will be sicker. Some of the people who will be sicker, work less, maybe die earlier if we let the fossil fuel industry win this week. The people who spend hundreds of hours each month on their hands and knees making sure that all the rest of us can have fresh berries and greens and other crops that California puts on your plate. I am, of course, talking about farm workers. I invite any of my colleagues to consider what millions more pounds of smog in our air of the next decade will do to them. And of course, it's not just farm workers. It's all of us. All of us who spend time outdoors. All of us who can't help but be outdoors. All of us are going to be breathing in dirtier air. All of us are going to be suffering more sick days. All of us are going to be plagued by more cancers if we repeal the rules that each state gets to set that has a waiver or wants to join California's healthier air rules. That will be the repercussion. Used to be there was a bipartisan consensus in favor of cleaner air. wasn't just Democrats. Richard Nixon, who founded the EPA, Pete Wilson, Ronald Reagan, they all understood the importance of the environment and clean air and clean water. They helped California take the environmental movement and make it mainstream. We got pollutants out of our air and out of our water and out of our communities. Where is that party now? Where is the party that helped write the Clean Air Act? Where's the party that says Congress should not meddle in what one state is doing to govern itself? And what will happen when you lose the majority and Democrats have the opportunity to follow this precedent? What will happen to your state? We decide we don't like your state's rule on mifepristone, or we don't like the fact that your state got a license to export liquid natural gas, or we don't like a grant that your state got in transportation, or we don't like some rule that benefits your state. Will you argue to us that, oh no, you can't overturn the parliamentarian? Will that be your argument? Because that fight will be over. So I will remember where I am today. I will remember what we're doing today. I think we all would and will. I hope it's not the day that we made it easier to pollute California's skies. I hope it's not the date we made it easier to make water filled with more forever chemicals like PFAS. I hope it's not the day we decided that we could eliminate a state's right to control the quality of the air that their citizens breathe or the water they drink. And I hope it's not the day we decided that it was worth getting rid of the filibuster to satisfy the fossil fuel industry. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I know that my Republican colleagues like to do what the President asks them to do. They agree with him on virtually everything. So today I'm going to make life easy for my Republican colleagues. I am going to ask them to support legislation, extremely important legislation, that in fact does what President Trump claims that he wants to do. Mr. President, on May 20th, just a few days ago, President Trump said the following: I am cutting, quote, not only that, remember, I am cutting drug prices by 85%. This is what President Trump said a few days ago. I am cutting drug prices by 85%. Right now, I'm saving the whole thing because I did something nobody was willing to do. Other countries pay a tiny fraction of what we do, and I instituted favored nations. We're now going to pay the lowest in the world. We will be the equivalent of the lowest country in the world. People go to London, they go to Canada, they go to other countries, many other countries, because they want to buy their pharmaceutical products, their drugs, at a fraction of the cost. We are going to have the lowest cost of anywhere in the world. No one else could do that but me. End of quote. That's President Trump a few days ago. Well, I don't usually agree with President Trump on anything, but in fact, on this issue, he makes a very strong point. In the United States today, we have a healthcare system that is broken, it's dysfunctional, and it is cruel. It is a system which spends twice as much per capita on healthcare as any other major country, while 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. And 1 out of 4 Americans today cannot afford the cost of the drugs their doctors prescribe, and it is a system where over 60,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor on time. While the current system makes huge profits for the large drug companies, huge profits for the insurance companies, it is obviously failing the needs of ordinary Americans. So what is the United States Congress doing to address this crisis? Well, right now, sadly and tragically, the Republicans are trying to ram through a so-called reconciliation bill which would deny coverage, take away coverage for up to 13.7 million Americans, according to the Congressional Budget Office. In other words, in the midst of a terrible health care crisis, this legislation makes a very bad situation much worse. We cannot allow that to happen. So what should we do? Well, in my view, health care is a human right. We should do what every other major country on earth does and guarantee health care to all people. But today, I want to get back to what President Trump said a few days ago. And what he said is that the American people are sick and tired of paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, and he is right. Whether you are a Democrat or Republican or an independent or progressive or conservative, you understand that there is something wrong when Americans can't afford the high cost of prescription drugs and the drug companies make over $100 billion a year in profits. Let me give you just a few examples of the current situation regarding prescription drug costs in America. While it costs just $5 to manufacture Ozempic, that is a widely used drug right now, Novo Nordisk, the manufacturer of Ozempic, makes obscene profits by selling this drug for more than $1,000 in the United States. That drug cost $76 in France, $85 in Germany, and $170 in Canada. But it's not just Ozempic. Prescription drug after prescription drug cost far more in this country to purchase than in other countries, in some cases 10 times more. So what are we going to do about it? Well, I think it might be a good idea for my Republican friends to listen to what the President of the United States said. And today we are going to offer my Republican friends the opportunity to achieve the goals that President Trump has talked about. The problem with President Trump's initiative is that he is mostly just talking. The executive order that he has introduced and signed does not do what he says he wants to do. Just don't take my word for it. An expert at Harvard University was recently quoted as saying, quote, "The executive order reads more like an aspirational statement than a serious attempt to initiate a policy change," end of quote. The Wall Street Journal, no great friend of mine, their analyst said the order was, quote, "more bark than bite." Since issuing the executive order, President Trump has gone on Fox News, and while talking about differences in American prices and international prices, he said, quote, "He ended it. Good news. It's all over. He ended it. We no longer pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs," according to President Trump. During that same interview, he said, quote, "The drug companies were great," end of quote. The drug companies apparently even told him, "Look, it is time," end quote. Just yesterday at a press conference with Speaker Johnson, he claimed he is, quote, "cutting drug prices by 80 to 85% because he stopped the scam." Well, there you go. Good news, America. President said it, must be true, because he would not lie. Drug prices are down by 80, 85%. Anyone really believe that? Nobody does. If we want to, on the other hand, do more than just talk, we got to do something, and the way we do it is with some serious legislation. And that is the legislation that I have introduced today. If we want to actually lower the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs in America, we need to take on the pharmaceutical industry in a way that President Trump has never even thought about doing. In other words, we need less talk, we need more action. And that is why I've introduced legislation to make sure that Americans pay no more than people in other countries for the exact same prescription drug. Unlike President Trump's executive order, my bill doesn't just ask drug companies nicely, please, to lower prices. My legislation makes it clear that drug companies must lower prices for Americans to those they charge people in other countries. In other words, what we are finally saying is, if you're charging the people in the UK $100 for this prescription drugs, that's what you're going to charge the people in the United States, not 10 times more. And the difference between my legislation and Trump's so-called executive order is that if the pharmaceutical industry refuses to do the right thing and substantially lower drugs, my bill will allow other companies to sell the same prescription drugs at a far lower cost. In other words, generics can come onto the market and sell the drug for a fraction of the price. So, President Trump says he supports making sure Americans pay no more than people in other countries for prescription drugs. President Trump says campaign, quote, campaign contributions can do wonders, but not with me and not with the Republican Party. We are going to do the right thing, something that the Democrats have fought for many years, end of quote. Well, I am just ever so delighted that campaign contributions have no impact on the Republican Party. Could have shocked me, but there we go. President Trump said it. It must be right. So, bottom line here. President Trump says he wants to lower the cost of prescription drugs in America by 80 to 85%. I agree. President Trump has issued an executive order which he says will do that. It will not do that. Legislation that I have introduced has real teeth, and it will do that. So I today call upon all of my colleagues, especially my Republican colleagues, to support this legislation, because I know President Trump has said that the huge amount of money that the pharmaceutical industry gives in campaign contributions to Democrats and Republicans doesn't have any impact on the Republicans. They are prepared to stand up to the drug companies. So that is great news. Delighted to hear that. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of S. 1818, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from Louisiana.
I appreciate the ranking member's interest in addressing drug prices. And we absolutely have to lower the cost of prescription drugs. And we absolutely have to acknowledge that there is a tension. If we do not incentivize the development of new types of drugs, we condemn ourselves to continue to die from diseases for which there are currently no cures. And I say this as a guy that has practiced medicine or graduated from med school in 1983, let me put it that way. When I graduated from medical school, Mr. President, one of the most common surgeries was taking out a portion of somebody's stomach. I don't mean your belly, I mean your stomach, where the food goes after you swallow it. This is how I talk to medical students. Because of peptic ulcer disease. And there came along a medicine called cimetidine. It just changed the landscape. And we went from a surgery being most common to one which was rarely performed in 6 months. Cimetidine, which is now called Tagamet, which is now sold over the counter. Just a measure of the innovation, which if we had not had that innovation then, a most common surgery would still be removing a portion of somebody's stomach because of bleeding ulcers. More tragically, or it's pretty tragic if you lose part of your stomach, when I was a resident in Los Angeles, is when the HIV epidemic came out. And all these men, they're all men, 20 to 30, came in with something we didn't even know what the disease, didn't have a way to diagnose it, so we called it the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. And they all died. They all died. And I remember saying to one of the older physicians, why do we even bother treating them? Because they all die. But because there was an incentive for companies to come up with cures, they did, and they stopped dying, and they began living. That doesn't happen accidentally. It happens because there's incentive to bring a drug through expensive studies to the market. By the way, I recently had a doc tell me who treats HIV positives that if the patient takes their medicine, they die when they're 88 of Alzheimer's or a stroke or something else, but they should not die from an AIDS-related cancer. That is the power of innovation, and that is the power of incentivizing innovation. I could go down a list of other drugs. Melanoma. When I was in med school, if you got diagnosed with melanoma, they said, go fill out your will. Now I have friends who have been living for 8 years, 10 years longer, taking immunotherapy for melanoma. That doesn't just happen. That happens because you incentivize innovation. So what are our diseases now for which we have no cure? Alzheimer's. I lost 2 parents to it. Wouldn't it be great if we had a cure for Alzheimer's? Pancreatic cancer, esophageal cancer. I can just go down the list of things for which there is no cure, but I can tell you with the appropriate incentive, with with research taking place. In 10 years, we will speak of those diseases as diseases of the past, as we now speak of bleeding peptic ulcer disease causing a portion of your stomach to be resected as something in the distant past. Now, by the way, I applaud my colleague, I applaud President Trump for saying that other countries are not carrying their fair share of the load for paying for this innovation. They should do it too. This is not the way to get there, but it's absolutely essential that they do, and my staff is bringing something which I will invite my colleague from Vermont to join us on that, because it's absolutely essential that we have the innovation, that we be able to afford it, and the only way we balance those two is if other countries pay their fair share. But let's return to the measure at hand. The measure at hand sounds simple. It is simple. It won't succeed. Oh, it'll succeed in lowering prices temporarily, but in the long term, it will defeat the ability to incentivize new innovation. And then all drugs will be cheap because all drugs will be old. But we need new drugs, and we need the incentive, and this kills that incentive. So, for that, I object.
Question is heard. The senator from Vermont.
I want to thank my colleague from Louisiana, the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, Pension Committee on which I serve, for his remarks. And I think nobody will disagree with him that we have seen in recent years incredible innovation, and there are drugs now on the market that are saving lives that 20, 30 years ago, 10 years ago, were not the case. And we want to continue that innovation. No debate about that. But all that I'm asking my colleague from Louisiana to focus on is what President Trump said, not last year, not 5 years ago, it's what he said yesterday. And what he said yesterday, and I quote, Senator Cassidy, this is President Trump, quote, "I'm cutting drug prices by 85%. Right now, I'm saving the whole thing because I did something nobody was willing to do. Other countries pay a tiny fraction what we do, and I instituted favored nations. We're now gonna pay the lowest in the world. We will be the equivalent of the lowest country in the world. People go to London, they go to Canada, they go to other countries, many other countries, but we're gonna do it here in the United States," end quote. That's what he said. So all that I am doing, Chairman Cassidy, is putting into legislative effective language what the President of the United States said. And by the way, he said, again, that the pharmaceutical industry and all of their campaign contributions have no impact on Republicans, only on Democrats. Well, maybe that's the case, but I doubt that very much. So all that I'm asking my colleague and friend, the chairman of the committee, to do is to put in place what President Trump said he was doing. And what my legislation would do is exactly what Trump talked about. It would lower the cost of prescription drugs to what other countries are paying. That's what it does. Does what Trump said he wants to do. I would urge my friend from Louisiana to reconsider. Okay, with that, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Louisiana.
I have 14 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, there's a sort of general rule in politics, which is that if you start your meeting at 1 a.m., you're probably not proud of what you're doing. Now, there are some instances in which you start the meeting at 7 p.m. and it goes long, and then you have to vote at whatever hour you finish. But to convene at 1 a.m. is an intentional thing, right? It is to say, I would very much like if nobody saw what we were up to. And that's exactly what happened at 1 a.m. today, Wednesday morning. Republicans in the House know that the bill that they are considering is super unpopular, but they've been ordered to pass it anyway. That is what's happening on the other side of the Capitol right now. House Republicans have convened the Rules Committee at 1 a.m. to advance their tax bill, and it's because they know this bill stinks. For starters, it is the largest wealth transfer in American history. Think about that. There's been a lot of wealth transfers in American history, but this is the biggest one in terms of the tax code. It's not like they're redistributing wealth among the wealthy. They are literally taking from the poor, people who don't have enough money, and shoveling it straight into the pockets of people who already have more than enough. This bill is about making the richest people ever to walk the earth even richer. How do they plan to do that? By kicking 14 million Americans off of health insurance and denying food assistance to millions more. People will be turned away at hospitals and go to bed hungry, all so that billionaires have a bit more. You do not need fancy polling to tell you that this is super unpopular. And so Republicans have decided to fix that problem by convening the hearing in the middle of the night, hoping that people will not notice. The plain facts of the bill are so egregious, and as I started to write these remarks, I had a problem, which is, how do you describe this thing accurately and not sound like you're frothing at the mouth like a partisan and sort of overstating the case? Because this really is kicking 14 million people off of Medicaid, kicking millions more off of food assistance, and then that is the savings that is generated in order to fund these tax cuts for billionaire corporations and the wealthiest people in the United States. And what happens if something is both true and sounds like a partisan accusation? But that's where we're at. This is actually what they're trying to do. And here's the thing, even the biggest cuts to Medicaid in history are still not enough to cover the costs of these enormous giveaways. So the Republicans have turned to one of their favorite punching bags, solving the climate crisis. Never mind that hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested in clean energy across the country, mostly in Republican states and districts. Never mind that those investments are creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs. Never mind that even if you don't care about any of that, there is a basic principle in running a smart economy, in running an investable economy, and that is that when the private sector makes an investment on the basis of the tax code, and they are in the middle of that investment, that you can't pull the rug out from under them. And the reason is very simple. Besides fairness, and besides the fact that we're undermining progress towards actually addressing an existential crisis for the planet, it also makes the United States very hard to invest in, because if you were a business and you were looking at the federal tax code and you're saying, I'm going to make a 5, maybe 10-year investment, capital investment, chips, manufacturing, climate, agriculture, hospitality, real estate, transportation, infrastructure, whatever it may be, but you're doing it on the basis of what the federal tax code says. And then your investment committee, the board of directors, whomever it may be, will say, well, how do we know these things are going to stay on the books? And the normal answer is, Well, come on, the federal government is not going to pull out a tax incentive structure in the middle of your investment and construction cycle. And the truth is, yes, they are. And so this doesn't have just climate implications or economic implications in terms of the specific projects. It actually has to do with how stable of an investment climate we establish in the United States of America. You know, we're no longer doing all of the above. The argument that we used to have between the political parties was Democrats would say, we got to transition to clean energy. Republicans would say, no, let's do clean energy, but let's also do these other things. But now the Republican position is picking winners and losers and basically riding the losers into the ground. Here's the very tough truth. Coal is on the way out, whether you like it or not. But Trump and Republicans would rather revive it for a few more years, just to squeeze a couple more years of profitability out of it, because after all, their capital investments are fully amortized. So a couple more years of profitability means no more investment, but a couple more years of revenue. And so that's what they're doing. This is going to raise costs for Americans. Let's be clear, this is going to raise costs for Americans. There was a time, and I was part of these debates in the state of Hawaii, there was a time when there was a trade-off between how much consumers had to pay and our climate objectives. But those trends have changed. So now wind is the cheapest form of energy. Nuclear is among the cheapest forms of energy. Solar is among the cheapest forms of energy. For me, in the state of Hawaii, to bring in low sulfur fuel oil on a fuel tanker and then light it on fire for electrons is the single dumbest thing you could do, even if you didn't care about climate. It is simply cheaper. It is simply cheaper for consumers and businesses and for the climate crisis, and therefore our ability to fiscally manage the climate crisis as we see increasing disasters, both in their severity and how often they happen. And then every, year and a half, we do a $150 billion emergency supplemental because there are now wildfires where there have never been wildfires, floods where there have never been floods, tornadoes where there have never been tornadoes. This is not made up. Nobody gets to deny this anymore. And so there is a reason they convened at 1 a.m., and it is not because that's prime time in Hawaii. They didn't convene at 1 a.m. because they like to see each other past midnight. They convened at 1 a.m. because they are about to pass one of the most unpopular pieces of legislation that has ever been passed out of the United States House of Representatives. And I just wonder why, if I'm a House member and I'm being told, we're going to make all these changes, all these things that you're voting for are going to be excised from the Senate version, don't worry. Well, my view would be, if you're going to fix all that stuff, why are you making me vote on it now? Why are you making me vote on it now? And the answer is very simple. Donald Trump showed up in the caucus, used a couple of expletives. They implied that voting no was a betrayal, that standing up for your constituents is a betrayal. And I think they're all going to fall in line. And so it is up to the United States Senate to fix this bill or kill this bill. And so that's the task in front of us. And I am hoping that cooler heads prevail. I know there are a number of Republicans that hate these Medicaid cuts. I know there are a number of Republicans who have a ton of clean energy investment in their state. And there's plenty of political room to criticize the Biden administration or say, I'm against the Green New Deal, and still be for wind and solar and nuclear and geothermal and agriculture that's done in a more climate-friendly way. All of that is available to us. We don't have to do things in the maximally unpopular way, but the Speaker apparently wants to do it that way. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Democratic leader.
Are we in a quorum? I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, I am sponsor, along with Senator Markey, our lead sponsor, and Senator Hirono, for the Small Business Liberation Act. And in a few minutes, Senator Markey will come to the floor and ask unanimous consent to pass it. But I wanted to say a few words in advance of him coming. Senate Democrats today will try to pass the Small Business Liberation Act to exempt small businesses from Trump's destructive trade war. I'm very proud to co-sponsor and support this legislation that Senator Markey has sponsored. 2 months since Donald Trump's so-called Liberation Day, his tariffs have been economic arson on Main Street, and small businesses are getting scorched. I visited small businesses from one end of New York to the other, and these tariffs are sowing chaos. They're raising costs, smashing supply chains, forcing businesses to hike prices, lay off people, and even close their doors for good. Already, employment of the smallest of small businesses has declined by 3%, and last month alone, 65,000 small business jobs were wiped out. And Trump's 90-day pause does nothing to bring relief or certainty to small business, but only continues the uncertainty and chaos. How can a small business possibly plan for the future when future only shows chaos? One day Donald Trump says this, the next day he says that, and nobody knows what tomorrow brings. These small businesses can't do anything about their pain. They don't have the ear of the president like the mega corporation CEOs do. The administration is utterly clueless about the pain they're creating for small business. So if our legislation will help small business get back on track by exempting them from Trump's destructive tariffs, there are almost 35 million small businesses in the U.S. that employ roughly half the private sector jobs in the country. Providing these businesses with tariff relief shouldn't be partisan. It's a national priority. If Republicans clearly care and truly care about protecting small business, they should not stand in the way of our legislation passing today. Will they side with the American people and small business and help pass our legislation, or will Republicans block this bill, side with Donald Trump as his trade war decimates small businesses from one end of the country to the other? I give the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, we are witnessing one of the most anti-small business administrations in our nation's history. Since day one, Donald Trump and his administration have sown chaos in our country and our economy, disregarding the impacts of their mayhem on the American people, including the nearly 35 million small businesses in our country, small business owners in our country. From freezing federal funds to enacting tariffs that harm small businesses and consumers, Donald Trump is taking a wrecking ball to the American economy and the small businesses that fuel it. Now the Trump administration has taken to gaslighting business owners and the American people about the impacts of their recklessness. Just today, Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler, a billionaire herself, testified before the Small Business Committee on which I sit. To call her remarks Orwellian would be an understatement. In her testimony before the committee, Administrator Loeffler claimed that thanks to the president's economic agenda, quote, demand for American goods is rising and small manufacturers are stepping up to meet it, end quote. On the contrary, President Trump's tariffs, for example, are harming U.S. businesses, especially small business, and increasing their costs. As a result, business confidence is plummeting. According to the National Small Business Association, only 59% of small business owners are confident in the financial future of their businesses. And this is a new low in this organization's surveys, a new low in the 16-year history of this survey. According to another organization, the Small Business for America's Future, 80% of business owners feel concerned or pessimistic about their economic outlook. 79% of businesses are concerned about a recession in the next 2 months or 12 months. 86% are concerned about navigating current economic conditions. Normally, the SBA would be there for small businesses in moments of pain and uncertainty like this. But this anti-business administration has wasted no time in basically gutting the SBA. To date, nearly 800 SBA employees have been fired or resigned, and the administrator has a goal to shed another 1,900 employees in the months ahead. Now, the SBA is the smallest entity in our federal bureaucracy, and they are shedding all these employees. And when I asked the administrator about these employees, 800 of whom are gone, she had a hard time giving me a straight answer. Already, we've heard from small businesses that have noticed a significant decline in customer service since January, when SBA began shedding all these employees. If the SBA goes ahead with this disastrous plan to shed more employees, nearly half of the agency's workforce will have been eliminated, leaving small businesses across the country basically to fend for themselves, not to mention all of the programs that SBA supports on behalf of small businesses. Gutting the SBA is hardly what I would call, to quote Ms. Loeffler in her testimony today, meeting the moment. Despite the administrator's bluster, the numbers are clear. Our small businesses are suffering. They are not prospering. They are suffering under the weight of Trump's actions, especially his tariffs. And that's why I was proud to join Senator Markey in introducing legislation, which he will talk about soon, to exempt small businesses from Trump's tariffs. Tariffs that may well force many of these businesses to shut down altogether. Well, the massive corporations controlled by President Trump's billionaire buddies may be able to weather this economic storm. Our small businesses don't have the same luxury. Republicans think our tax code makes our economy great, that if they keep giving massive tax breaks to their billionaire buddies, some of these tax breaks, this money that is concentrated at the top, will eventually trickle down to working people. We already know that is not so. Democrats know that small businesses, entrepreneurs, and their hardworking employees are the powerhouses of the American economy. We should be making it easier for hardworking people to start and run businesses, not harder, so that they can unleash a wave of innovation and prosperity rather than waiting and hoping for a trickle that may never come. And in fact, it hasn't, it doesn't. But Republicans keep hoping that we're going to continue to buy this argument. So for these reasons, if Republicans are serious about supporting small businesses, they will join us in passing our common sense bill. On behalf of the nearly 35 million small businesses across our country, I urge my colleagues to join us in passing the marquee bill. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, while we're waiting for the next opportunity to move on the legislation to liberate small businesses from the tariffs of the Trump administration, I'd just like to speak for a few minutes about the attempts by the Republican leadership to truncate the process by which California is able to have a waiver to increase the efficiency of the vehicles which are driven in California, but the same thing would be true across the rest of the nation. And all I want to say is, right now, that China is investing $1 trillion this year in clean energy, low-carbon technologies. $1 trillion 1 year. Japan has just announced they're investing $1 trillion in clean energy, low-carbon technologies. So what we're debating here is going to absolutely allow for these other countries to catch up to us, and we will ultimately fall further and further behind, especially in the efficiency of the vehicles which we drive in this country. We might as well put a bow on an entire industry over the long term and just hand it over to countries around the world who are focusing upon these technologies. That's why this is a big mistake. We should not be allowing for a procedural trick to be played here that's unprecedented in the history of the Senate, to then have the underlying issue be really not debated the way it should in terms of the consequences for our nation and for the planet, in terms of the greenhouse gases additionally that are going to go up that will endanger our planet. So I just wanted to make that comment. I'll come back later in order to speak on it. And at this point, Mr. President, I will yield back.
Senator from Minnesota.
President, I'm here in support of Senator Markey's very important bill that looks at these tariff taxes, which, as we all know, apply to consumers. $3,000 for every family in America will be the tariff tax from President Trump's tariffs. But the focus of Senator Markey's bill, which is so smart, is on what's happening with small businesses. They are literally roadkill here. They do not have the margins of the big businesses who can go in and have the number of the White House and can get a special meeting and get an exemption, which is exactly what's happened. Or they are not invited to the special secret meeting at J.P. Morgan with the Treasury Secretary, with major investors, to find out what's going to happen next with tariffs. They're completely in the dark. Yet, they are the backbone of our economy. I use the example of Beth Beinecke, who is from Minnesota, an Army veteran from southern Minnesota, CEO and founder of a little company called Busy Baby, Minnesota Small Business Person of the Year, just honored at the Small Business Administration about a week ago or two. And she was celebrating getting her products into major retailers, and then these tariffs struck. Beth's story is the American dream. She came up with an idea based on her own experiences with little kids to help with height chairs, and now she's worried about losing her business and even her house because of these across-the-board tariffs. We're seeing this over and over again. That's why I am honored to join Senator Markey in his bill to say, if we're not going to help the rest of the world, at least we must exempt small businesses in America from these tariff taxes. I would prefer for everyone to look at only doing targeted tariffs like we've successfully done in the past under both Democratic and Republican presidents, instead of this across-the-board business that is basically driving China into the arms of Russia, that's dissing our own allies like South Korea and Japan and Europe and Canada and Mexico. And the time is here to do something. So at the very least, let us exempt those small businesses who are going to be the first to fold under the weight of these tariff taxes. And I thank Senator Markey for his leadership. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, the motto of the state of Oregon is, "She flies with her own wings." I can't think of a better description for my state director, Jessica Stevens. After more than 12 years with Team Merkley, I've come to the Senate floor today to bid her a grateful farewell. Jessica has spent her career serving the people of our state of Oregon. She fought for working families as the executive director of the Oregon State Council of Service Employees International Union, SEIU, before joining Team Merkley in 2012 as director of our field team. I hold a town hall in each of Oregon's 36 counties every year, so leading the field team is a very demanding challenge. For 3 years, she traveled with me across the length and breadth of our state, from big cities to rural communities, from the Oregon coast to the Oahe Canyonlands, from the Columbia River to Crater Lake. In 2015, when it was time to hire a new state director, there was then no question that Jessica was the right person to lead our state team. For the last decade, she's coordinated between 2 teams on 2 coasts, managing 6 field offices with nearly 20 staff working across Oregon's more than 98,000 square miles. She's overseen more than 400 town halls with the people of Oregon. She's built close working relationships with 3 governors, 11 members of the House of Representatives, countless state legislators, county commissioners, community leaders, stakeholders, advocates, and constituents, not to mention Senator Wyden's team. And she leads by example. As one of our team members said, Jessica works harder than anyone else, and what we see is only the tip of the iceberg. Others describe her, quote, constantly working behind the scenes, that she squashes trouble, puts out fires, and fixes problems nobody has even yet seen. A former Team Merkley member said she was so impressed with how Jessica handled difficult situations, bringing immense calmness and clarity with considerable empathy and support. Another former team member said, regardless of roadblocks to the crisis du jour, Jessica has always remained dogged and determined to make sure that the people and causes who need help get it. Jessica has also taken countless members of Team Merkley under her wing. She has encouraging words for our interns, podcast recommendations on tricky local issues. She sets a calm but strong example for the entire team, including her skill for listening and really seeing all the diverse groups and constituencies my office serves. One longtime member of our team said, when I first met Jessica, I was pretty intimidated by her as an intern and just recognized immediately she was a badass woman. Another shared the story of the first time she had to do an airport pickup, saying, Jessica could tell I was really nervous and offered to come with me so I'd feel more comfortable and that everything would go smoothly. Another member of Jessica's team said, she takes care of her family, she takes care of her friends, she takes care of her neighbors. She is honestly, incredibly selfless and giving. Someone else said, she's always sending a personal note to celebrate people's good news and glad tidings, and it means a lot and builds a kind of camaraderie that makes Team Merkley special. And one member of my team summed it up by simply saying, when you have Jessica in your corner, you feel supported and safe. In addition, she led one of the most consequential and sensitive processes, the nominations of federal judgeships in Oregon. She supported judicial selection committees of legal and community leaders and worked with the White House to advance these nominations. Thanks to her tireless efforts, Oregon has made history with its recent appointments, including Judge Adrienne Nelson, who is the first African-American woman to serve on the federal bench from the District of Oregon, and Judge Mustafa Kasubai, the first Muslim to serve as federal judge in the United States. Her quiet efforts behind the scenes have helped to make our courts and our country more equitable and more just. The motto of the state of Oregon is, she flies with her own wings. Through worker strikes and wildfires, through pandemics and post office closings, through the first Trump administration and now the second, she has kept Team Merkley flying for 12 and a half years. She is with deep gratitude. It is with deep gratitude that Team Merkley and I thank Jessica Stevens for her service to the people of Oregon. We wish her all the best in her new chapter. Thank you.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. Mr. President, today I rise to advocate to my colleagues in the Senate for my Small Business Liberation Act. And I do so with Leader Schumer and Senator Hirono, who have each already spoken on this very important issue. Here's what the bill would do. The bill would give relief from President Trump's disastrous, destructive, small business killing tariffs that have been turning Main Street into Pain Street all over our country for the last 7 weeks. I would also provide, with my bill, certainty to the constant whiplash and chaos that is President Trump's tariff policies by exempting small businesses from the baseline 10% tariffs and the tariffs that have been on a 90-day pause since April 9th. So let me just explain what I'm talking about. On April 2nd, President Trump imposed a 10% tariff on pretty much the whole world. In other words, a 10% tax on anything coming into the country, 10%. He also imposed an additional, called reciprocal tariff on April 2nd as well. And those tariffs, for example, were an additional 20% on the EU, or an additional, we'll just say 32% on Fiji, for whatever reason. So that was an incredible additional tax on top of the 10% tax, which he imposed on the same day. So on April 9th, the president said, well, we'll wait 90 days on those additional tariffs on the EU for 20%, the 32% for Fiji, the 24% additional for Japan. We'll put that aside, but we're going to keep the 10% on. Now, for a big company, maybe they can figure that out. They can ride that out to 10%. However, if you are a small business in our country, and all of a sudden there's a new 10% tax you have to pay on all of those goods which you're bringing into our country, and then there's a kind of a sword of Damocles sitting out there as well, that there could be, in July, which is only 6 weeks away, an additional 20% if those products come in from Europe, well, you're going to have a chilling effect that is placed on your business decisions, without question. They don't have the leeway to be able to make the kind of riskier decisions that perhaps a big business could, to just ride through all these tariffs. So all across every main street in our country, these small businesses are getting paralyzed by the Trump actions. And again, we're going to start with this. There's a 10% tax already in place right now since April 2nd on every good coming into our country. So this is a very dangerous place to put the small businesses of our country. And even as the vast majority of small businesses are seeing massive tariff-induced cost hikes, this administration is offering exemptions for billion-dollar corporations. If you can get a dinner invitation to Mar-a-Lago, like the heads of Apple and Google, you can secure an exemption for your industry. Now, in almost every instance, that is preceded by a big multi-million-dollar contribution to some entity that the Trump administration would like you to give that money to. And then Apple's out, Google's out. They're not any longer affected by the tariffs. But no one on Main Street can afford to go to Mar-a-Lago to give the president $1 million. That probably exceeds the total worth of their business. So that's the problem with where we are. And by the way, it's also why the National Chamber of Commerce says that small businesses should get an exemption. It's not me. It's the National Chamber of Commerce that says that they should get an exemption. And 97% of all companies that do business on an international basis are small businesses. And they constitute 30% of all trade. The National Chamber of Commerce is saying they should all be exempted. That's what my bill does. It says exempt those 97% of all businesses that constitute 30% of trade from these tariffs, from the 10% tariff, from the upcoming 6 weeks from now, upwards of 20%, 30%, 40% more tariffs that are being imposed on countries around the world, while we're waiting for the president to negotiate bilateral agreements with each one of these entities. Well, so far, after a month and a half, he's up to exactly one agreement with the United Kingdom. That's it. He's got dozens and dozens to go and no time on the clock. And that's what small businesses look at. They're looking up at the clock. They're saying, how long can I last? I survive week to week. I survive month to month. I can't afford to be paying these tariffs or wondering if there's a new tariff which is coming in. And all across our country, these numbers are unbelievable. In Massachusetts, we have 7 million people. We have 700,000 small businesses. Well, the same thing is true for the country. There are 330 million Americans, and there's 33 million small businesses. There is a small business in America for every 10 people. And that person right now is looking on with fear that their future has a cloud over it. And those small businesses, they account for 2 out of every 3 jobs added to our economy in the last 25 years. They are our engine of growth. So I've heard from small businesses all across Massachusetts, all across our country, about how they're forcing those businesses to lay off employees, scale back benefits, or even shut their doors in some cases. And I spoke with Brandell Randolph, founder of 1854 Cycling Company, an electric bike manufacturer based in Massachusetts. And here's what Brandell told me. He shared the story that his company finally, after years of work, recovered from the $45 million which they lost during COVID, only to now be forced to decide whether or not they can weather this new tariff disaster hanging over their head. So they moved from COVID to tariffs. None of this having been in any way instigated by the small businesses of our country. They don't have anything to do with it. It just keeps coming into their lives. And the messages from 1854 and other small businesses across the country is clear. These tariffs are going to threaten to put them out of business. Small businesses are not Democrat, they're not Republican. This should not be a partisan issue. And I am disappointed that President Trump continues to ignore the outrage and the opposition of his irrational and ill-advised tariff policy. It's time for the Senate to stand up and exempt small businesses in our country. There's a trade war going on. We should allow small businesses not to be drafted into this war because they are the ones that will be the casualty. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S. 1593, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President?
Senator from Ohio.
Reserving the right to object, and if my Democrat colleague could just yield for a very brief question for clarification, I think for those listening, how do you define a small business?
Well, a small business is defined in the Small Business Administration definitions, and those are the businesses which we would exempt, and it can be different depending upon the industry or its status. But in general, what we're using is the definition used by the Small Business Administration.
And just for clarification for my colleague, that's actually 500 employees or less. So I think when we're talking about small businesses, just want to clarify that we're talking about 500 employee businesses. So first of all, I also want to absolutely thank my colleague for caring about small businesses. Certainly as a small business owner up until 4 months ago, I think we should have much more passion here in this chamber around small businesses. So I truly commend you for that. I also commend you in a very big and meaningful way for the vote you took 25 years ago, where you voted against giving China normalization status with the United States. I think that was a courageous vote. You were on the right side of history. That disastrous situation has led China to grow its GDP from 1.2 trillion back then when you voted to 25 trillion today. So the fact that you went against some of your colleagues and took that vote shows that you're somebody who's independently minded and understands what businesses go through. Truly, truly commend you for that, because there is no worse bill in American history than that act. That act destroyed companies, not just in all over America, but specifically, Mr. President, in your state and in my state. We see it every day, don't we? When we go on a campaign trail, when we're driving around Missouri or we're driving around Ohio, we see the remnants of companies that once existed. But let's talk about how we can liberate small businesses, and maybe we can agree on these plans. Number one, in the 2017 tax reform, the 2017 Tax and Jobs Cuts Act. What's interesting to me as a small business owner is that very large companies had their taxes made permanent, but it was small businesses that those tax rates expire. In fact, they expire this year. And the bill that we're looking to advance here in the Senate is a bill that would make those tax rates permanent. Let me just repeat that. We're not looking to cut taxes, because that's what you hear from my colleagues quite a bit. We're looking to make the 2017 tax reform permanent, not for big companies, not for the massive companies that are headquartered in Massachusetts, but for the small businesses in Ohio and Missouri and other places around the country that are going to see a massive increase in their taxes if we don't take action. To put it in numbers, it's a $4 trillion tax increase for businesses. So we're going to liberate small businesses. Join me in calling for the 2017 tax reform to be made permanent. Let's reform onerous regulations, especially in the banking sector. If you were a small business over the last 4 years, it was really hard to get access to banking because banks were basically shutting out small businesses from lending. The big banks kept getting bigger. Community banks, which is what small businesses rely on, were getting absolutely tortured. We need better energy policies. What that means is certainly not banning coal, which is important in my state, natural gas, which we have 1,000 years of reserve. And I've offered to my colleague, we'll build a big, beautiful pipeline right to Massachusetts. You'll never need energy again from Canada or any other place. You can get it right from Ohio. Better workforce policies. Ending the incredible amount of onerous over-litigation. Those types of policies will liberate small businesses. How do I know it? Because I've been a small business owner my entire life. And when we're talking about, so let's talk about the subject at hand and tariffs. Tariffs are exactly intended to help these kinds of companies. When a Mexican company came in and bought Republic Steel in Canton, Ohio, first thing they did was take all the equipment that was valuable, shipped it to Mexico, massively laid off the employees, sucked all the cash out of the business, and left a 258-acre environmental disaster in the heart of Canton, Ohio. Now that same steel is made in Mexico, and they wanted to ship that steel into the United States completely tariff-free. What was the impact on small businesses around that steel mill? The restaurants, the hairdressers, the grocery stores, the doctors, the dentists who relied on those employees. Devastation reigned. In Lordstown, Ohio, we once had a General Motors facility that employed 10,000 people, 6 million square feet, made the highest quality products of any facility in America. Production was shifted to Mexico. Now that facility sits basically idle. What was the impact of the small businesses in Lordstown, Ohio? Total and complete devastation. So while I appreciate my colleagues' desire, I really, really do. I've had a chance to meet you in your office. I think you're a good man. I really say that with total earnestness on my part. But let's actually liberate small businesses. Let's give them certainty on taxes. Let's keep their tax rates permanent, just like the big guys got. Why do the big guys get permanency and the little guys who don't have access to the halls of Congress, why do they get the tax rates to go up? Let's give them better energy policies that allow them to have energy costs down. Let's give them better workforce policy. Let's end the reign of terror of litigation that hits small businesses, that drives up insurance costs. And let's give them good workforce policies. And let's unite as a country as President Trump tries to undo, Senator, for what you tried to do 25 years ago. 25 years ago, you wanted this country to stand up to China and say, no, we will not give you normalization, because if we do, you'll destroy our economy, and they have. Let's rally around President Trump. It's been just over 100 and some odd days. He's trying to reverse 25 years of bad behavior. We should be in this chamber saying, look, go out and do that, negotiate. We have your back. Fight for America. Fight for American workers. Fight for American small businesses. That's the message other countries need to hear. They shouldn't be hearing from this chamber that we're not united as Americans and making the best deal for American workers. And with that, and therefore, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate the comments of the gentleman from Ohio, but here's the bottom line. This isn't just about China. The president hasn't targeted just China. He hasn't explained his just China strategy. He's imposed these tariffs all across the world. All across the world, every country. And yeah, the legislation that we have, it doesn't touch the steel tariffs that are imposed. We don't touch those. They can stay in place. We don't touch them. But here's the bottom line. You can't make silk for U.S. ties in the United States. You can't grow coffee in the United States. I could go on and on and on and on and on, product after product after product that's sold on Main Street in America. Putting a 10% tariff on, and then on top of that, a potential additional 20%, 30%, 40%. Well, it's not going to do anything for the person on Main Street with the small business. It's just going to make it almost impossible for them to import those goods that they need to sell in their stores on every Main Street in America. That's what they're saying to us. And this 10% tariff is still going to stay on. We're only 6 weeks from having the sword of Damocles of 20% more for the EU, and countries all around the world, Japan, Israel, you name it, India. It's just dozens and dozens of countries, that aren't China. But there's no plan. The president's making it up as he goes along. But the people who are going to suffer are going to be the small business people. If you import toys, and there's maybe 20 different countries from which you import your toys to put on the shelves of your stores, on Main Street everywhere, and then parents can go in to buy the present for their child, I just think it's unrealistic. The president's saying, well, maybe the kids can get by with $3 instead of 30. No, that's not how it's going to work. The store's going out of business. The store has a certain predictable business model in terms of how much revenue they're going to have per year based upon what they can import. If the president had a plan, well, I'd like to hear it, but I don't. I haven't heard him talk about how he is ultimately going to get a deal with dozens of countries in 6 weeks. There's no likelihood of that happening. But a small business person can't take that risk. So that's why, again, this short-term pain that the president keeps talking about for long-term gains, well, honestly, in the short run, these businesses they're going under, the small businesses. And there may be some posthumous vindication of the president's theory about these tariffs, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now, that won't really do these small businesses any good. So let the big businesses fight it out. And don't allow the Googles and the Apples to buy their way out of it. In the Civil War, there was an old saying. It was a rich man's war, but a poor man's fight. Meaning the rich men could buy their way out of the draft. Rich man's war, poor man's fight. So big business of a war, but it's going to be fought by small businesses on Main Street who are going to be the victims. Those are always the casualties. And they've been drafted into this battle of big businesses. So again, I appreciate the comments of the gentleman from Ohio. I think he's wrong. I think we should exempt small businesses and let them know that they are not going to be driven out of business by this still unplanned guided missile heading right towards every main street in our country that's going to be destructive of the hard-earned success those small businesses have had. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Ohio.
Real quickly, and again, I truly respect my colleague and his point of view. I want to remind him that there was a great Massachusetts resident family that hasn't felt. You know what they used to do, or they still do. The brothers created a company called Hasbro. Those toys used to be made in the United States of America. They were employing lots of American citizens, and they shipped all that production to China and elsewhere. And communities suffered as a result. As I said, and if you notice, my colleague did not address any of the points that I made, because if you talk to any small business owner, you'll tell them the number one priority right now is for us to make their tax rates permanent. It's not a tax cut. No matter how many times my colleagues will say it's a tax cut for billionaires, it's objectively not true. This is permanency of the current rates. Only in Washington, D.C., by the way, would keeping things the same be considered a tax cut. It's ludicrous, and it makes no sense. And since you asked for the plan, here's the plan. We're going to make America the best place to do business. We're going to give American companies and American citizens the best tax rates so they can grow and thrive here. We're going to give them a regulatory environment that's not overbearing, that doesn't kneecap companies. We're going to make certain we protect critical industries like steel, which I appreciate that. I think we should put, by the way, a full tariff on all major steel products, like, for example, appliances. This country was once the epicenter of appliance manufacturing, and now there's only one company, Whirlpool, which I'm proud makes their appliances primarily in Ohio, and yet they have to compete with cheap appliances coming in from China. We have a plan. The plan is very simple. We're going to have fair and reciprocal trade. And you're right, it's not just China. It is Japan that charges us tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and we allow them to bring their products here. South Korea, not only is that the case, but we also pay to defend them. Australia, great ally, great people. They tariff our meat. Their meat can come in tariff-free. Canada and Mexico, great allies, large trading partners. But they've allowed their borders to be opened. They've allowed hundreds of thousands of Americans to die of fentanyl. I'm ecstatic that we have a president of the United States that says, no, we will not allow that to continue. And if you want to have a relationship with the United States of America, you're going to secure your borders, and you're going to make darn well necessary to secure your borders to protect American citizens. So that's the plan. The plan is to usher in a golden age for this country, where working class Americans have the ability to live a good life, have a good job where a mom or a dad can provide for their kids, afford a home, afford a car, go on vacation every once in a while, and retire with dignity. That was once the dream of the Democrat Party. This is what we should unite around and rally around and make certain that all of our policies are pointed straight in that direction. So again, I appreciate the comments from my colleague. Hopefully, I think we can work together on some initiatives, as I laid out, good tax policy, good regulatory policy, good workforce policies that allow small businesses to thrive. Because as somebody who did that 5 months ago for my whole entire life, I am happy to hear that conversation happening here in the United States Senate. And with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senate Minority Leader.
Mr. President, earlier today, the Defense Department announced the U.S. has formally accepted a luxury 747 jetliner as a gift from Qatar to be used as Air Force One. It's the largest foreign gift to an American president in modern history. One Donald Trump says will go to his presidential library after his term. This gift is outrageous. Donald Trump will berate companies to, quote, eat his tariffs and tell parents to pay yet more for groceries, but is accepting a luxury plane he can use as Air Force One. This gift screams national security risk. It is bribery in broad daylight. Donald Trump is thumbing his nose at Republicans and practically daring them to stop him. Well, today, the Senate can. In a few moments, I will move for swift passage of the Presidential Airlift Security Act, prohibiting the use of any foreign plane to be utilized as Air Force One. Specifically, my legislation would prohibit even a single taxpayer dollar from being used by the Department of Defense to procure, modify, retrofit, or maintain any foreign aircraft for the purposes of transporting a U.S. president. This is about ensuring our national security and about not wasting taxpayer dollars on an utterly senseless deal. It should not take an act of Congress to stop the President of the United States from accepting the largest foreign bribe in modern history. But apparently, Donald Trump is perfectly willing to sell out the American people and the presidency to fill his own pockets. Senate Republicans who say they're troubled by the idea of using a foreign plane as Air Force One should join me in supporting this very common sense bill. Donald Trump accepting this gift reeks of corruption and naked self-enrichment, and Republicans should stand up and support my bill, defend national security, and protect Americans. And so, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged from further consideration of S. 1804, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I object.
The objection is heard.
I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Connecticut.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following Senate resolutions in the order listed: Senate Resolution 242, Senate Resolution 243, Senate Resolution 244, Senate Resolution 245, that there be up to 2 hours for debate on each resolution individually, and that upon the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on adoption of the resolutions individually, and that if any of the resolutions are adopted, the preambles be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Wyoming.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, the purpose and effect of these resolutions, very simply, is to provide votes. That's what we do in the United States Senate. We vote. And on these votes, the Constitution is involved. The provision of the Constitution commonly known as the Emoluments Clause, which enables officials of the federal government, from a sergeant in the Air Force or some other military branch to the President of the United States, to accept payments or benefits from a foreign power or other foreign entity or individual, but only if there is approval by the United States Senate and Congress. Those votes we need to take if the President of the United States is to accept any benefits or payments. And that is what is happening in plain sight, openly, for all to see. Literally, tomorrow night, in the White House, individuals who have invested to the President's benefit in his meme coin and World Liberty Financial will have dinner with him in the White House. He has literally put a for sale sign on the White House. But money in his pocket will come from some anonymous donors, some foreign investors, and others in violation of the Emoluments Clause unless there's approval from the United States Congress. That's tomorrow night in the White House. And today, the Trump administration formally accepted a $200 million Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet as a gift from the government of Qatar. Now, that plane may be used as Air Force One while he's in office before it's transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation before the end of his term. The Department of Defense has confirmed that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has ordered the Air Force to plan rapid modifications to upgrade the plane for use as Air Force One. They are no small modifications. The plane has to be stripped down virtually to its shell to ensure the installation of multiple top-secret systems. The work will take potentially years to complete. And the estimate to taxpayers, all of us American taxpayers, is about $1 billion. That plane probably won't even be ready before the end of President Trump's term, when the foundation, his foundation, takes ownership of it. It is a gift, in effect, to him from Qatar. The Air Force is a pass-through entity. That's the arrogance of this step. corruption, but also a violation of the Emoluments Clause unless there's approval from the United States Congress. Majority Leader Thune has said, quote, "If and when the plane is no longer a hypothetical, I can assure you there will be plenty of scrutiny of whatever that arrangement might look like." Well, it's no longer a hypothetical. Selling out American interests began the first days and hours of this administration in President Trump's second term. How did he celebrate his inauguration? Well, he launched a cryptocurrency scheme, a meme coin. The only purpose of it was to enrich the president. And unsurprisingly, by design, foreign governments, unscrupulous foreign individuals, and anonymous foreign nationals are competing with themselves. Literally, there's a leaderboard to line his pockets and make known how they are lining his pockets. There's no reason for them to write him a letter or file with some government agency. Face to face, he'll be with them in the White House tomorrow evening. They are competing, and I mean literally competing with each other for access. And he has put his office and the White House on the auction block. Tomorrow evening, he'll be hosting that dinner, personally hosting it for 220 holders of that meme coin. Now, wherever the dinner occurs, whether it's in the White House or someplace else, the effect is the same, to be selling access. And after the dinner was announced, alongside a special VIP White House tour for the top 25 holders, President Trump cashed in. The price of that meme coin rose more than 50% after the announcement of that dinner. In total, President Trump and his sons and his business partners have now earned $350 million in sales and related fees from that scheme. Come tomorrow evening, he will have pumped up the price, and sometimes the price goes down. He may have dumped part of his holdings, pump and dump, raise the price, and then dump the stock. It's a classic Wall Street corrupt move that would normally go to the SEC, but of course there's no regulation. Bidders aren't hiding the pay-for-play scheme either. The winner of Trump's contest, the grand winner, is Justin Sun, who faces a civil fraud case from the SEC over allegations of market manipulation and unregistered asset sales. Since the election, Justin Sun has poured nearly $100 million into Trump's crypto ventures. And guess what? Trump's SEC, poof, that's not a legal term, by the way, poof. The SEC paused the litigation and now is in negotiations to settle that case. It's out in the open. One shipping firm with operations in Mexico announced it has raised $20 million to purchase the Trump coins for the express purpose of influencing tariff policy in the United States of America. When Donald Trump negotiates tariffs, he's protecting American consumers and small businesses? No, not so much. More likely, he's cutting deals for his crypto friends. That is the essence of selling public office, and it is corruption. But put aside the criminal violations of law that may be involved, because the United States Supreme Court has given him immunity for what he's doing in the White House, the Emoluments Clause forbids him to take those payments, benefits, without coming to the United States Congress and seeking our consent and approval. Foreign governments are paying President Trump through another one of his cryptocurrency ventures, in addition to the fight, fight, fight meme coin. It's World Liberty Financial. On May 1, literally this month, World Liberty Financial announced that an investment fund backed by the United Arab Emirates, the government of that country, using Trump's digital coins, is completing a $2 billion transaction that once again puts money in his pocket. From this deal, Donald Trump and his family stand to gain hundreds of millions of dollars. Apart from the $350 million I mentioned earlier, hundreds of millions more from this foreign government. His sons are traveling around the world getting VIP treatment in Pakistan and elsewhere, using the president, the White House, to strike deals for World Liberty Financial. We simply cannot accept this kind of practice as normal or legal. We can't abdicate our responsibility. We cannot seem to endorse or encourage this kind of corruption. That's the reason we have the Emoluments Clause. That's the reason the founders wanted Congress to be involved whenever there is any benefit or payment to a member of the executive branch. Again, it applies not only to the President of the United States, but all of the federal officials down to the rank and file. And right now, the Senate is considering legislation to promote the growth of cryptocurrencies. This legislation has no ethical rules or conflict of interest provisions that would stop the president or his family from using the White House to enrich himself. None applying to the president. It fails to provide many basic consumer protections and national security rules. It invites big tech into our financial system. We're considering this legislation at the very same time as Trump's crypto dinner will be happening literally within about 24 hours. And is there any wonder that the public's estimate for the United States Congress has sunk to the kinds of lows that we're seeing right now? We are adding to the perception that Congress somehow is legitimizing or overlooking his behavior, in fact, looking the other way. That's not the message we ought to be sending at this moment in our history, and it is not legally right under the Constitution. We ought to be voting on his emoluments, every one of these benefits. That's the reason I have separate resolutions, simply to preserve our own authority and power and our integrity and send a signal about the independence of this branch, the legislative branch. Now, foreign governments have figured out a lot of ways to Donald Trump's pockets. The Trump Organization, he's still the owner. He may be in trust, he may have figured out some technical legal way to seem to insulate or isolate himself from it, but that organization is doing business deals with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, with Oman and Serbia. Live Golf, backed by the Saudi Arabian government, hosted a tournament at Trump National Doral in April of this year. The Trump Organization has signed $5.5 billion in real estate deals with the Qatari government-owned firm, and it's going to build a new development on government-owned land in Serbia and Oman. Trump Organization has already received $5 million from Oman. Violations of the Emoluments Clause, plainly, simply, in plain sight. We have no excuse for failing to vote. We have no excuse for remaining silent. We have no excuse for ducking or dodging. The Foreign Emoluments Clause states, quote, "No person holding any office or of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present emolument, office, title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state." Foreign state clearly involved in these transactions. Purpose of this clause is basic and unassailable, indisputable. It's to prevent undue foreign influence and foreign corruption. The founders knew about the dangers of a foreign government trying to influence our president or anyone under him. They knew about those powerful kings in France and England. We had just liberated ourselves from England. We were a small, struggling country, and they were afraid that our executives would be influenced by those more powerful countries. And it was to ensure our government officials work for the American people and the nation rather than their own financial self-interest or on behalf of any foreign government that the Emoluments Clause was adopted. But President Trump seemingly doesn't care about working for the American people. He cares about his own pocketbook. Not once has he come to Congress for consent on any of these deals, hasn't even hinted at it. And he will continue pursuing these corrupt foreign deals until we as Congress have the gumption to act. Today, I'm introducing resolutions that condemn President Trump's violation of the Foreign Emoluments Clause and demand the transfer to the United States government of any gifts, benefits, or payments recovered or received from foreign governments or others through his illegal dealings. So I've asked for unanimous consent to schedule floor votes. I want floor votes on each of these resolutions. I think the American people deserve to know where we stand. Who's going to allow him to go forward with these deals? Who is going to sacrifice the integrity and independence of this branch of government? And where every senator stands on Donald Trump's self-enrichment schemes. We need to know whether the Senate is willing to stand up and show up against this corrupt self-dealing. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, it was my good fortune as a young man to work for a senator from Illinois named Paul Douglas. He was known as Mr. Ethics in the United States Senate. He believed, and he shared that belief with me and all that worked with and for him, that the first obligation of a public official is to not betray the trust of the voters when it comes to self-dealing or making money out of public office. He started me down a path in my early years in politics of making a complete disclosure, both my income tax return and net worth in detail, specific amounts every year. I've done that for over 40 years. I believe he was right. I remember Paul Simon, my predecessor in the United States Senate, who used to say, people may not agree with my vote, but they know I didn't cast it to make a buck. It's just that simple. So what has happened at the highest level of government, the office of the president? Throughout our history, there have been examples of corruption which have been well documented. The Teapot Dome scandal comes to mind, and certainly the departure of previous vice presidents for wrongdoing has been well documented. What we have going on in the White House now with the Trump administration is unprecedented, not just in the amount of money involved going to the president and his family, but also in the very real fact that the bottom line is he's bold and states clearly, I've done it and I defy you to do anything about it. It's one of the reasons that I am opposing the pending legislation on the floor on cryptocurrency. The president, has been documented by my colleague from Connecticut, is making millions of dollars exploiting cryptocurrency. And he's inviting those who will buy into his scheme, his profit-making scheme, to official gatherings and occasions at the White House. It is the most bald-faced demonstration of corruption we've ever seen at the office of the presidency. And this plane now, this $400 million airplane, says it all. Mr. President, so that you understand, Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the United States, duly appointed, and she has supposedly released a memo justifying the transfer of this airplane to the United States government and then to Donald Trump personally as being acceptable. No objection. I'm still looking for a copy of that public opinion. It should be public, and it hasn't been yet. There's been a reference made to the Constitution on this issue. In the Constitution, Article 1, Section 9 is explicit. No person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. How clear can you be? This president has no authority to accept this gift. And the notion that he would accept it, use it for the remainder of his presidency, and then take personal title to the airplane is outrageous. And the fact of the matter is, those of us who've taken the time to check, it will cost the American taxpayers a fortune to take this gift from Qatar and to make it safe for any president to travel in it. As one of my colleagues has said, if the Qataris said as a favor to the people of the United States, we are going to redesign and pay for the redesign of the Oval Office, the Situation Room, and the President's residence, we'll do it on our dime, the American people would never fall for it. Why would we ever let them get that close to the decision-making at the highest level in America? And that's exactly what we're doing here if we accept this airplane. We've taken all those three functions of the president, added wings to the equation, and said the Constitution doesn't count. Republicans have claimed for years, Mr. President, that Joe Biden, during his administration and his time as vice president, engaged in wrongdoing due to his family's business dealings. I'm sure we remember congressional Republicans' endless investigations into President Biden's son and his past business dealings as a private citizen. But despite multiple investigations and a failed impeachment inquiry against President Biden, Republicans are largely silent and willing to disregard the overwhelming corruption of President Trump and his family as they pocket millions of dollars personally at the expense of the American people. In the latest long line of shady dealings, President Trump is receiving a private jet as a gift from the royal family of Qatar and is claiming that it's simply a gift to the Defense Department. This aircraft that we're talking about is sitting in San Antonio, Texas. It would be retrofitted to act as Air Force One for the remainder of Trump's term in office before ownership is transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation. The president claimed it would be, quote, stupid to say no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. However, he doesn't say it will cost American taxpayers millions more to retrofit the plane to meet the president's security, communication, and intelligence needs. What the president is suggesting is stupid is retrofitting a very expensive plane from a foreign government, which constitutes a major counterintelligence risk on the American taxpayer's dime, when an American company is already manufacturing the next Air Force One. The Constitution, as I've read, explicitly gives Congress the power to control whether any officer of the United States, including the President, may accept a gift from, quote, any king, prince, or foreign state. This unprecedented gift clearly violates the Constitution and laws enacted by Congress to govern such gifts. Yet, Attorney General Bondi reportedly concluded that it would be legally permissible for President Trump to accept this gift. I am calling on the Attorney General today to release this opinion and report in its entirety to the United States Congress. I'm not surprised by it. This administration continues to abuse its power at the cost of the American people. Time and again, while Republicans in Congress stand by and allow it. Mr. President, do you hear it? The silence from the President's party, the silence of the lambs. Make no mistake, this is more than just a gift that benefits the President and not the American people. The President, we understand it's been reported, actively solicited this gift from Qatar. The question remains, in exchange for what? President Trump's acceptance of such a substantial gift from a foreign government could disproportionately influence the foreign policy of this country, exactly where the Founding Fathers gave Congress the power to control these gifts in the Constitution. It is clear to our foreign partners and enemies that under President Trump, America's policymaking is open to the highest bidder. We also see President Trump and his family profiting off the promise of influenced domestic policy. Right before his second inauguration, President Trump launched a valueless cryptocurrency token marked not as an investment, but as monetary support for Trump. First Lady Melania Trump also promoted her own meme coin shortly thereafter. This scheme allowed the president to pocket millions of dollars in direct payments with little or no public disclosure or oversight. He's never denied it. He's since fired the heads of agencies that investigate these crypto schemes. Donald Trump Jr. has founded a new private membership club in D.C. called the Executive Branch with a $500,000 membership fee. The launch party, featuring several cabinet and administration officials, underscored Trump Jr.'s efforts to sell access. That's what this administration does. It sees a barrier to cutting corners. Or any check on its corruption and gets rid of it. And these actions were entirely predictable because Trump and his family also blatantly use the presidency to enrich themselves by selling access and the chance to influence policy under his administration. I am saddened that my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle apparently believe that silence is the best response to these outrages. It is the silence of the lambs. When will they stand up for the American people and say enough is enough? Or do they believe the American policy should be sold to whatever country is willing to place the highest bid? If we are talking about a swamp in D.C., sadly, this is a major part of it. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you very much. And I want to align myself with the comments made by the senator from Connecticut and the senator from Illinois. You know, the Constitution is pretty straightforward on this. It's pretty basic. No person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind, whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. This $200 million plane that is going to $400 million plane, the estimates go up and down, but it's an expensive plane, is a gift. And it is going to the personal use of the President of the United States. The Constitution says it's the job of Congress to say yes or no to a gift. It's our job. And if this Congress wants to vote to accept this $400 million plane, that's our job to do it. If this Congress is silent and doesn't demand that we enforce Article 1 responsibility about this extraordinary gift from the government of Qatar. That is on us. That is on us. And what we're seeing time and again is the relinquishment of authority and power under Article 1, and it can't be shipped out of here fast enough to the executive down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to satisfy anyone. And that is so profoundly threatening to the well-being of our democracy. The whole point of having three branches of government is the recognition that you cannot allow one person or even one branch of government to consolidate all power. There has to be checks and balances. And it was based upon what was true then and is true now. Absolute power can corrupt absolutely. And what the foundational principle that has served us well is that with the checks and balances, the ambition of one branch can compete with the ambition of the other branch. We've given away the authority that Congress has and the responsibility it has to have those checks and balances and defend democracy. And by the way, why in the world would we want some other government to be providing transportation for our chief executive? It's embarrassing. We don't need no stinking Qatar plane. We need our own planes. We need our own planes. This is about us having respect for the men and women who work here. It's about us having respect for our own responsibility to take care of our own national security needs. We can't outsource this to another government. We shouldn't do it just as a matter of pride. But we also shouldn't do it because it does stink. It does stink of corruption. And all the evidence here is that for whatever reason, Donald Trump thought this would be a pretty cool plane to fly in. He started putting pressure on directly and indirectly to get this offer of a gift. And now it is a $200, $400, whatever it is, $400 million gift. That's now what we have. And that is, by the way, without any of us having any opportunity to ask the hard questions. What's it going to cost to so-called retrofit? Can it be retrofitted? How much will taxpayers be asked to pay? Is this gift going to be something that actually costs us a lot more money? So the Appropriations Committee has no capacity to look into this, to kick the tires, to assess what this means for the taxpayers of this country. So I find it astonishing that we would even be considering, and that the President of the United States would be considering, having the national security transportation, Air Force One, be a gift of a foreign government. I find it astonishing that we in Congress wouldn't, on a unanimous basis, demand that the emolument clause be enforced by the Congress voting yes or no on acceptance of this gift. The implications are pretty clear. Corruption is alive and well in the administration. The implications are pretty clear. Passivity is alive and well in the Congress of the United States, that we turn our back on exercising the profound responsibility that we have, an obligation we have to the people we represent. Mr. President, I urge the passage of this resolution, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Durbin, Senator Welch, for being here today. I know my resolutions reflect unanimity on our side, and I believe sincerely the reservations and doubts on the other side as well. And I regret the objection to these resolutions because I think that my colleagues deserve a vote. We deserve a vote on both sides of the aisle. This violation of the Constitution benefits nobody. Many of the votes we take here, there are differing interests. There are contrasting and sometimes conflicting points of view on the merits, on who benefits and who may be hurt. Here, there is only one beneficiary, Donald Trump and his family. Maybe some of the foreign investors, maybe some of the others who have donated or contributed to his campaign and have invested in the meme coins or in World Liberty Financial stablecoins. And this plane should be built by an American company. It should be built so that President Trump can use it, or any other president, on time, on schedule. It's now already delayed. Boeing should be held accountable. And if it can't deliver it when the president needs it, somebody else ought to be required to build it. So I am deeply disappointed we're not going to have these votes, at least right now. I'm going to be coming back to the floor and asking for these votes on the emolument clause because it is part of our job, it is part of our constitutional responsibility, and Donald Trump is violating the Constitution by accepting gifts in the plane, investments, and money in his pocket from his cryptocurrency ventures, other schemes that he is enabling in plain sight. This corruption should not be allowed to continue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I am here to defend clean air regulations that tackle the climate crisis, protect public health, and save drivers money at the pump. For more than 50 years, California has had the legal authority under the Clean Air Act to adopt stricter emissions standards than the federal baseline. For 50 years, both Democrat and Republican administrations have granted these Clean Air Act waivers that are essential for reducing toxic air pollution, protecting public health, cutting greenhouse gas emissions that dangerously warm our planet. No Congress has ever dared to revoke these waivers until now. My Republican colleagues say this is about protecting consumer choice. Well, let me ask, who is really choosing this? Not the parents, not the residents near busy highways, not the doctors and nurses, not even the drivers. It's the polluters. This dependence on fossil fuels allows big oil CEOs to turn drivers upside down at the pump and shake money out of their pockets. The Republicans say all of the above. No. It's oil above all. We put 70% of the oil we consume into gasoline tanks. And with cleaner, smarter, more efficient technologies, we can reduce the amount of oil that we put into the vehicles which we drive. This terrifies the oil industry. America is a technological giant. We have a capacity to invent new technologies. By the way, the Chinese are just on the HOV lane of new technologies for the vehicles which they're driving. They've invented a technology that allows for the charging of a battery in 5 minutes in a vehicle that people are driving. That should be us. We should be the ones leading. That's not what the Republicans are doing. Donald Trump is saying, He wants to repeal the tax breaks for electric vehicles in our nation. Just take those tax breaks off the books. He wants to repeal the laws which incentivize the development of even better batteries in our country. Batteries that with one charge will go further and further and further. Maybe we could compete with the Chinese. But Trump wants to take them off the books, and the Republicans are going along with that. Maybe we could put more charging stations across the country to make it easier for people to drive all electric vehicles. No. Trump is saying, we want to take away all those tax breaks too. Let's just make it easy for the Chinese to take over the electric vehicle industry of the 21st century. Let's just hand it over to them in a silver platter. We're only 5% of the world's population. The other 95% is going electric. The other 95% is moving to the future. That's not going to be the United States. The Republicans are working here tonight in order to absolutely short circuit this future that was ours. You know, honestly, gas-guzzling cars aren't just bad for drivers, they're bad for every one of us. According to the American Lung Association, more than 131 million people live in counties with unhealthy levels of ozone and particulate pollution. And what is the largest source of that pollution? It's vehicles. It's the cars and the trucks, which we drive in our country. That's what sends up the pollution. That's what gets into the lungs of Americans. And now my Republican colleagues are trying to rip away the safeguards that help to protect public health and to save our country money. By triggering the Congressional Review Act to repeal California's waivers, it would allow for 1.6 billion metric tons of carbon emissions, more than 1.5 million metric tons of nitrogen oxide, all going up into the air. 17,000 metric tons of fine particulate matter, the type of pollution that penetrates deep into your lungs, the lungs of your children, the lungs of your loved ones. It enters the bloodstream to wreak havoc on the body in the form of asthma, respiratory problems, cardiovascular diseases, and more, much, much more, all spewed into the air. And that's what they want. That's what they want. After the Surgeon General in 1964 issued a warning about smoking, America went from 50% of the country smoking down to 18%. People started to wise up. They said, we don't want that stuff in our lungs. And we're going to tell our kids not to smoke because it's dangerous. Your lungs are vulnerable if there's an inhalation of dangerous substances. So what does it look like in real life? Well, it means more kids are going to suffer from asthma. It means grandma and grandpa dying earlier. It means more death and destruction from extreme weather events such as the Los Angeles wildfires and Hurricane Helene and Milton. By the way, those three events cost $500 billion worth of damage. Those three events, all related to climate change, all related to the warming of the atmosphere. Just assume that the ceiling here on the Senate floor is capturing all of the heat all day long, and there's no air conditioning down below. That's the greenhouse effect. Just gets warmer and warmer and warmer, which is why, by the way, the Senate used to adjourn in the beginning of May, because it just got too hot in rooms like this before air conditioning. Well, there is no air conditioning for a planet. You have to engage in a preventative strategy. Lower the temperature right from the beginning. Lower the thermostat right from the beginning. And ultimately, it's just going to raise costs on everyday families. By blocking the California waivers, consumers would spend more than $89 billion in additional fuel costs through the year 2040. It's much less expensive to be charging a battery than to be putting that pump into the side of your car and watching that dollar sign just skyrocket as you're watching your hard-earned money go to big oil all across our nation. That's more money at big oil's gas pump and less money at your kitchen table. And this comes at a time when Trump is waging war on clean cars, repeals to clean vehicle tax credits, attempts to flip a U-turn on fuel economy and EPA vehicle emission standards. In 2007, I worked on a bipartisan basis as the chairman of the committee over in the House to enact a provision in the energy law that increased our nation's fuel economy standards for the first time in 32 years. We were actually going backwards by 2007, and the rest of the world was zooming right past us. It is one of the laws I passed which I'm most proud of, and that's what led to the rulemaking that promulgated the higher fuel economy standards for our nation. I'm very proud of that law and the work I played over in the House, authoring it. And the industry, they were able to do it. They were still stuck at 27 miles a gallon. That was the law from 1975. It was 2007, 32 years later. They still couldn't figure out how to improve the efficiency of the vehicles which we drive. And meanwhile, the Chinese and others, they were getting on the speedway. They were getting ready to catch up to us. And starting in 2009, the Obama administration's Environmental Protection Agency and Department of Transportation built upon that law to negotiate an historic agreement with the state regulators, with the automakers, with labor unions, and the environmental community. But now, Trump, Republicans, at the behest of the oil industry, are trying to do a U-turn on these standards and the benefits that they give to our consumers, to our families, to our planet. It's not enough for Republicans to promote chaos and conflict in our economy for the sake of billionaires. They now want to create chaos and conflict as well by intentionally modifying the Senate rules to protect this institution at a moment when Donald Trump is actively undermining the checks and balances enshrined in our Constitution. That is a serious threat, not just to the Senate, but to our country. It's a threat to the rule of law. It is a threat to our health, to our communities, and access to clean air. It is a threat to our planet. With this action, my Republican colleagues are opening the door for future votes on the countless unlawful and unethical actions waiting to be carried out by the Trump administration. There will be no putting the genie back into the bottle. It's going to unleash the president who says he's a stable genius to continue to perpetrate more of his unconscionable actions on the people of our country. So let's not trigger this nuclear option. Let's not unleash a mushroom cloud of pollution on our communities. Let's not allow polluters to rewrite Senate precedent. Let's not steal the right of states to set high standards that result in children breathing cleaner air, not having their vulnerable lungs be sucking in these particulates, sucking in this unhealthy air that vehicles emit. We have another direction in which we can head. We have a better vision for us. And by the way, this is not rocket science. We're not asking anyone to go to Mars. We're just asking people to improve automotive technology. This is car mechanics. It's not a mission to the moon. So while I hear Trump bragging about his buddy Elon and a mission to Mars and all these satellites that are out in outer space and how he wants to have a golden dome over our nation that's going to protect us from incoming Soviet missiles at 2 a.m. in the morning, and he has a vision of a golden dome up there that's going to protect us. Then when you turn to him and you say, hey, can we improve the efficiency of the cars which we drive? Trump and his oil buddies said, what are you, crazy? That's auto mechanics. That's too difficult for us to figure out. Well, it's not too difficult for the Chinese. They're coming. They're coming. And country by country, it's going to say made in China, made in China, made in China. And unfortunately, for too many of our domestic auto companies. They're using this as the excuse to just walk away. And maybe for the short run, they'll be okay. But in the long run, that's not a business plan. Maybe it makes it through their retirement as executives at the companies. Maybe they make it a few more years. But the country is going to suffer. You know, when you look at Fortune magazine or Forbes magazine, and there's a picture of one or another business person on the cover, that's great. That's great for that individual. But when you look at the international magazines, you know what's on the cover? Just a picture of China. It's a country with a plan. It's a country with a vision. It's a country that is just speeding past us in terms of their capacity to deploy new technologies. That's what we're confronted with right now. A plan from our arch rival economically that we are going to ignore on behalf of the oil industry in our nation. And they'll reap the short-term profits, for sure. But our country and the children in our country will reap the whirlwind economically as each year goes by, because we're going to be left in China's technological dust. So that's what we're voting on, and they're going to use a perversion of Senate rules to attempt to accomplish it at the behest of the oil industry. But the price not only for this institution and its rules, but also the well-being of our economy, the health of our planet, is going to be way too high to pay. You can't preach temperance from a bar stool. You can't tell the rest of the world they have to reduce greenhouse gases if the Senate continues to pass laws which allows for all of this dangerous pollution to go up in historically high quantities. That is absolutely the wrong path for the next several generations of American children. You're endangering their lungs right now, and you're going to endanger their ability to have a job in the future. And we're going to wind up with China dominating the auto industry in the planet. That's what we're voting on tonight. Who's going to win in the long term? And by the way, the Republicans have a comprehensive plan to hand this entire industry over to the Chinese. They're going to do away with all the tax breaks for electric vehicles, do away with all the tax breaks for chargers. They're going to do away with all the tax breaks for battery storage technologies to be developed. This is systematic. This is a plan that our country has to pull us out of the competition with the largest industry in the world, this automotive industry, tied to the oil industry. Just absolutely reckless, historic mistake. And by the way, they're doing the same thing over in biotech. They want to cut NIH funding by 40%. That's finding the cure for Alzheimer's and cancer and diabetes and Parkinson's and every other disease. You're saying to all the young, brilliant people in our country who are going to dedicate their lives to finding the cures for those diseases, don't go there. There's no guarantee you're going to have a job next year or the year after or the year after. Again, another industry we're going to put a bow on and hand over to Beijing. Hope you enjoy this great present we're handing you. The technological leadership of the United States in biotech, in automotive technology, in battery technology. Just handing it over. So this is a pretty sad day in the history of the Senate, that there will be a compromise of our procedures, our rules that have been sacred on behalf of the oil industry in our nation. But it's not the first. There's an ongoing systematic plot that Donald Trump came up to the Hill to say, get my big, beautiful bill passed. Well, he might see it as a big, beautiful bill, but this thing is one big economic disaster for our nation. And I will say it again, it's all to get the tax breaks for the billionaires, all of the tax breaks for the wealthiest people in our society. So please, Senate, please say no. Please allow us to retain our procedural prerogatives. And please, on this larger issue of the planet and the leadership which the United States should be playing, please say no to these industries. They're going to look back at this moment, children alive today, and they're going to just wonder, what were they thinking that every car is coming in from China into every country in the world? And eventually our barriers will come down too, because we won't be able to compete. And it's just a sad commentary on the Senate of today that they will acquiesce to such a pathetic concession made to the oil industry in our nation. But it's a perfect example of the outsized influence that it is now playing in our society. When Trump promised them last April that if they gave him $1 billion, he'd do away with all of the clean energy technologies in our country, he's paying them off right now. There's no transition plan. There's no promise that maybe we'll help the auto industry so they can catch up to the Chinese. No, they're just going to just seed the field. And ultimately, it'll be the next generations that pay the price. So with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
So they were saying it's just dudes.
Just let Ally know what. Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, I want to be very clear about what is about to happen tonight here on the floor of the Senate. Tonight, in order to do the bidding of the fossil fuel industry, Republicans will erode away at the Senate and undermine this institution they claim to care about. By weaponizing the CRA, Republicans tonight cross a point of no return for the Senate, expanding what this chamber can do at a majority threshold. This from the very party that professes to care about the rules and norms and precedents of this institution. To override the parliamentarian and to use the CRA in the way that Republicans propose is going nuclear. No ifs, no ands, no buts. It is going nuclear. Don't take my word for it. This comes from Leader Thune himself. He was asked a few months ago about this very scenario of overriding the parliamentarian. And he said this, quote, "Yeah, and that's totally akin to killing the filibuster. We can't go there. People need to understand that," unquote. But unfortunately, we are going there, it seems. And just yesterday, he admitted that this step could, quote, "create precedent for the future," unquote. So apparently, when the rules suit the Republicans, they will preach about protecting them. But now that the rules are inconvenient, when they stand in the way of their ideological goals, Republicans will say, "Away with them." Make no mistake, this is not a narrow assertion of congressional authority, as the other side claims. This is an aggressive new precedent. Moving forward, congressional review acts will likely be weaponized to bold new levels. Today, it's all about California emission waivers. But tomorrow, the CRA could now be used to erase any policy from an agency that the Trump administration doesn't like at a simple majority threshold. They could eliminate health care innovation waivers that assist patients on Medicaid and the ACA at a simple majority threshold. They could use CRAs to make it harder to form a union at a simple majority threshold. They could go after agency actions that protect access to reproductive care, like making it harder to access the medication mifepristone. All of this and more could now be done at a simple majority threshold with an expanded CRA. This, in other words, is a backdoor strategy from Republicans to make Project 2025 a reality. It is the legislative branch ceding its authority over to the executive, which will now slap the, quote, CRA, unquote, label on a whole host of policies and get Congress to rubber stamp their repeals. Republicans should tread very carefully today. What goes around comes around. If Republicans are willing to overrule a parliamentarian and hijack the CRA in a way it has never been used before, they will not like it during this session of Congress and certainly next time when they are in the minority. So this is a sad, shameful, disappointing day for the U.S. Senate. Republicans, I am certain, will come to regret the ill-considered step they take tonight. Now, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Is the chair familiar with Section 802D1 of the Congressional Review Act, which states that, quote, all points of order against the joint resolution and against consideration of the joint resolution are waived, unquote? Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. You have made the case that this is nuclear. I yield the floor. We vote? Vote the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, we're facing a novel situation here in the Senate. And for the sake of my Democrat colleagues who seem more than a little confused as to what's going on here, let me just review the situation. We have received from the House joint resolutions of disapproval that meet all the statutory requirements under Chapter 8, Title 5 of the U.S. Code, the Congressional Review Act. In the past, the Senate has treated any such joint resolution as being eligible for expedited floor consideration, procedures prescribed under the Congressional Review Act. But here's the twist, Mr. President, Madam President, I should say. Senate Democrats claim that we can't consider these resolutions under these Congressional Review Act procedures because the rules addressed in the resolutions in question are not, in fact, rules. Now, the rules in question, the California waiver rules, were submitted to Congress's rules, which has always been all the Senate needed to consider something as eligible for consideration under the Congressional Review Act. And they are clearly rules in substance, given their nationwide impact and scope. But in an unprecedented move, the Government Accountability Office has inserted itself into the situation and declared that these rules submitted to Congress by the EPA as rules are not in fact rules. Now, Madam President, for years, the Senate has turned to the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, to determine if something not submitted by an agency is actually a rule that should have been submitted to Congress as such. That's not part of the Congressional Review Act statute, but the Senate has relied on GAO for this to prevent agencies from flouting the law and ignoring Congress's statutory right to review agency rulemaking. In other words, GAO has acted as a fail-safe to ensure Congress's rights are protected from encroachment by the executive branch. That is not the situation we find ourselves in today. In fact, it's the inverse. The situation we're facing today is an agency submitting to the Senate actions that the agency says are rules, and GAO, for the first time in history, inserting itself into the situation and offering its own opinion that the rules in question are not in fact rules. Well, so what do we do about this? I believe that when the Senate is facing a novel situation like this one with disagreement among its members, it is appropriate for the Senate to speak as a body to the question, something the Senate does when questions over application of the rules arise. For example, just last year, a Republican member of the Senate brought a resolution to the floor under a fast-track procedure, the War Powers Act, And a Democrat member of the Senate argued that it was not entitled to those procedures. He then made a point of order to that effect, and the chair submitted the question to the Senate. And the Senate voted on what qualifies for that fast-track procedure. That is what we are doing today. Nobody at the time cried nuclear. Nobody said the Democrat member was blowing up the Senate. In fact, most members probably don't even remember the situation because it was just the Senate doing what the Senate is supposed to do, and that's voting on how to apply the rules when faced with a new situation. Madam President, I think at this point it should be abundantly clear that what we're doing has nothing to do with the legislative filibuster. But while I'd love to think that reality would prevail, I fully expect Democrats to continue to misrepresent the situation. And I think there are probably multiple reasons for that. One is that I think a lot of Democrats support an electric vehicle mandate and are perfectly happy to allow California to set an EV mandate for the whole country. In fact, I think they're somewhat frantic at the prospect of losing this Green New Deal policy. And two, I suspect Democrats are trying to use this situation as cover to justify abolishing the filibuster next time they're in charge. I think they think that they can make dismantling the Senate filibuster a lot more palatable by claiming, however mendaciously, that Republicans attacked it first. Madam President, I would love to believe the Democrats have suddenly come to the realization of the importance of the legislative filibuster, no matter how misplaced their concerns would be in this particular instance. I think there is perhaps no Senate rule today that does more to preserve the character of the Senate as developed by our founders. And there's nothing I would like more than to see Democrats recognize this. But despite the rank hypocrisy the Democrats have displayed by embracing the use of the filibuster this Congress repeatedly after campaigning to overturn it mere months ago, I suspect that their newfound enthusiasm for the filibuster is situational only, something to be used when it helps them and to be destroyed when it doesn't. And as I said, I strongly suspect they are attempting to use this situation as cover for destroying the filibuster the next time they're in power. Hence, the misrepresentations and hysteria. Madam President, I can't control what Democrats will do the next time they take the majority here in the Senate. Although if they attempt to abolish the legislative filibuster and destroy the institution of the Senate, I can safely promise to fight them on it tooth and nail. But I can say this. While Republicans are in charge, the legislative filibuster will remain in place. And you can take that to the bank.
Madam President.
Okay.
Mr. President, Madam President,
Democrat leader.
is it true, parliamentary inquiry, Madam President?
Senator will state his inquiry.
Yes, and I just want to, I hope our leader will listen because it's exactly clear, and I want to repeat what we had said yesterday. Is it true, what you said yesterday, that the parliamentarian advised leadership offices that the joint resolution of disapproval regarding the California waivers as issue do not qualify for expedited consideration under the Congressional Review Act?
The parliamentarian has advised me that such advice was given.
Thank you. It shows we are going nuclear, no matter what the leader says. Yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, notwithstanding the distinguished majority leader's accusations of mendacity and hypocrisy and misrepresentation, the facts at heart here are quite simple. The waiver at issue is not a rule and was never a rule. 30 years of precedent and practice at EPA and in this body prove that. So what the GAO did here was not unprecedented. What was unprecedented was for the House to send over a document claiming, falsely, according to the parliamentarian, that the waiver is in fact a rule under the CRA. And to blame the GAO or the parliamentarian for that is to mistake the referee from the player who committed the foul. The foul here is pretending that a waiver is a rule, and both the GAO and the parliamentarian independently blew the whistle on that foul. Those are the facts.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I yield back all time.
All time is yielded back.
Madam President, I make a point of order that points of order are in order under the Congressional Review Act, given sections 802D1, 802D2, and 802D4 are in conflict with each other.
In the opinion of the Chair, the Senate has not previously considered this question. Therefore, the Chair, under the provisions of Rule 20, submits the question to the Senate for its decision. Shall points of order be in order under the Congressional Review Act?
Madam President.
Democrat Leader.
I move to table the question submitted by the chair, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
No.
Mr. Mr. Bennett. I do. Got you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Oh. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, that's all right, thank you. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan,
I don't know if you can write out CRA or not.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kem, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Klobuchar, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Gallego, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Budd, Capito, Cotton, Ernst, Grassley, Hawley, Johnson, Justice, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Schmidt, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Lee?
No.
No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Ricketts, no.
Tony, we have 2 votes.
Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Coons, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the noes are 52. On this motion to table is not agreed to. For the benefit of the Senate, I would like to remind you that the question is, shall points of order be in order under the Congressional Review Act?
Madam President,
Democrat leader.
I raise a point of order that points of order are not in order under Section 802D1 of the Congressional Review Act.
A point of order is currently pending before the Senate. It is not in order to have multiple points of order pending at the same time. Therefore, the point of order is out of order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, Madam President.
Madam President.
Republican leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move to table the appeal, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
So gross.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Cappuccio, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Assab, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hovind, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. King, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell. No. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kelly, no.
Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
On this issue, on this vote, yeah. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The motion to table is agreed to. The Senate sustains the decision of the chair. The point of order by the Democratic leader is not in order.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
I move to recess for 90 minutes, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Yes. Yeah. Mr. Bennett. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, bless you, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Duckworth, King, Padilla, Rosen, and Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Cornyn, Grassley, Husted, Kennedy, Moody, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Hoeven, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Thank you. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Marino, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Lummis. Oh. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Warren, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the information of senators, for the balance of the evening, we're going to confine votes to 15 minutes in duration.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Democratic Leader.
I move to recess for 60 minutes, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Boozman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, I got you, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, thank you. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Thank you.
Hey, Dan, sorry. I forgot I had to preside.
Mr. Schmidt,
But Julie can go over. My wife's there.
Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith,
All right, look, I would love to go hang out in the beautiful,
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune,
but
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville,
are you on from 9 to?
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse,
Thank you, though.
Mr. Wicker,
I'm sorry it's not working out. That would have been fun.
I know, it would be really fun. We gotta do this either way with our spouses.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse.
Are you? The same guy?
Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. McConnell? No. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Murky, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Schmidt, no.
Tried to call you, tried to send you text. You got, the spouse can still go over because Suzanne's there.
Well, I think the problem is.
Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Booker? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to. The Democratic leader.
I move to recess for 30 minutes, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye.
On your end, on our end, it feels like...
Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Shipp, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Tillis, no.
Vote the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to. The Democratic leader.
I move to recess for 15 minutes, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting, Mr. Padilla, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Warner, aye.
The ayes are 46, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
President,
The Democratic leader.
I move to recess for 10 minutes, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego,
Oh, yeah. Got him where he was 10 minutes.
Mrs. Gillibrand,
I think they're going to take this.
Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley,
Who wouldn't take this on?
Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted,